A very good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Uae Swat challenge. How are you feeling this morning? It's another cold one here in the desert of Dubai, and first out of the gate on this chilly February morning will be the SOB team from Bulgaria. It gets serious today if it wasn't serious for the last 3 days. But once again, we saw there as they're underway for this tower challenge of day 4. A whole number of different obstacles to be tackled, and many things can go wrong. A lot more complex it is today, and it involves 2 snipers and 3 assaulters, in difference to what we've seen over the previous 3 days, where it was 1 sniper and 4 assaulters, of course. And it involves the tower. Now, the 2 groups, the 2 elements of the team, they will split today, and you'll see that a lot. And as we go through the day, I'll talk more and more about each element. The 2 snipers that you can see there from Bulgaria, they have, in the first of their target challenges, 3 white discs to hit, and the 3 assaulters make their way up the tower, and it's at this point that they throw out their rope bags and make their way down the side of that tower wall. Now, the added element is this little bell. You can see there the 2 levels, the top and the middle. And at that point, they have to go in through that window, ring the bell, and then sprint down towards the handgun range for that element of it. Now, tactics and technique today are all important, and it will be very interesting to see how all of the teams tackle these challenges. So once the snipers have completed those 3 targets, they then have to run up to the top of the tower, which is where they are now, and hit 2 targets each at a much greater range. So accuracy important. And down go all 4 of those white discs. Meanwhile, whilst they are doing that, the 3 assaulters, they make their way towards the handgun range. There's a number of obstacles that they have to go under and over, and then it is basically getting those white discs down as quick as you possibly can. Now, the difference today in comparison to previous days, unlimited number of rounds that they can use, and any team member can clear those targets. Back under that ping pong table, and then a sprint towards the finish. And this will be a very, very good benchmark from the Bulgarian team as they join their sniper teammates in crossing that start-finish line. Wow. Well, if you weren't awake before, then you should be now. They've come under the 3.5 minute mark, 3:18.38 for the first team to get day 4 underway, which is the SOB team from Bulgaria. Now, I'll try and keep you up to date throughout the course of the morning on how things stand, not just today, but overall. The standard that is being set this week is the Akhmat team from Russia. They were first day 1. They're first in the overall standings as well. Day 2, they were the quickest on day 2, the Akhmat team from Russia, but, and it's a theme for those of you who've been following the Uae Swat challenge will recognize, I've been discussing all week, both with the teams and in commentary. The penalties hurt them on day 2, the Ahmad team. But they were first again yesterday at the end of day 3, penalty-free time. Now, Saudi Forces A team, they'll be next up. So as we go through the day, you will get a better understanding of what's required in a much greater complex and difficult environment for the team to operate in. Still 5-man teams, but like I said, today 2 snipers, 3 assaulters. The Saudi Forces A team, the second of the 55 teams to go out today. 28 countries represented here in the desert of Dubai. It is a beautiful sunny morning. Not foggy like it was yesterday, but still chilly. I'm told in Arabic, bard is the word for cold. Thankfully, nice and warm in my commentary box this morning, so I'm happy. Will the Saudi A team be happy once they have completed their round? Yep. They are ready to go. Who is going to be victorious in this, the 4th edition of the UAE SWAT Challenge? And I have noticed as the week's gone on, the tension rise amongst the teams. You cannot lose this competition on day 1. But by the time you get to day 4, those mistakes can cost dearly when the final reckoning comes in the overall standings. And the whistle blows and the Saudi A team are off and running. A very simple task, simple for me to say of course, but is first up. All 5 members must be in that box. They each have 1 target. It is a handgun challenge, the first element, and this is where the 2 groups split, and a slip there by one of the Saudi team as he was climbing that ladder up the ramp into the tower block. They come in at the first floor, then they have to climb a flight of stairs up another 2 floors. You can see it there, how high that is. And whilst they are doing that, whilst the assaulters are making their way up to that top floor, as he gets his gloves on for that fast rope, you can see them carrying their rope bags. Whilst they are doing that, the snipers sprint round the other side of the tower onto the range and attempt to take out those white discs to fell them, 3 each. Time of the essence. Now this is a task where safety is imperative, so I imagine throughout the course of the day that we will see the judges, the rope judge there, being very, very careful. That's the bell rung. A little bit of an issue here for one of the team members, just getting that rope hooked up. The 3rd assaulter. Is he ready to go? The safety judge just stopping them. from going, and he has that power to do that if he feels it is unsafe. And now the remaining 2 members can go. Remember, they go down just 1 floor, ring that bell before continuing. Now once the 2 snipers, and this is a real tough test, this day 4 challenge for the snipers in particular, once they've engaged their targets, both the short distance, then they are into the tower and need to finish on the long distance. This is called the Texas Star. And you can see how challenging it is. Once the first target is hit, it just causes that wheel to turn, making it a moving target. Now the Saudi snipers are in position. Now the second of these targets for the snipers, as you can see, a much greater range, but only 2 targets to hit. The day's benchmark time was set at 3:18 by the Bulgarians, who were first out of the gate this morning. And we heard, didn't we, from a number of teams, both yesterday and the day before, that joined me in the commentary box here, that they felt that being first, or certainly first in the draw and last in the draw, was a disadvantage for teams, but that's the luck of the draw, as the saying goes. So even though there are a lot more targets to hit in the handgun section this morning, there's not the limitation on rounds of ammunition that they had earlier on in the week. And any member of the team can engage those white discs, so there's not a limitation to stay in your lane, so to speak. It looks like there's still, is it 1 or 2 of those white discs to go down from the snipers? That's a miss, and I think they've left a target or 2 on that range, the Saudi A team. So that will be a missed target penalty. Remember, if you're watching for the first time, or if you've been with me all week, 30-second time penalty added on to your clock time for a missed target. The rope judges scrutinize everything, and quite rightly so. Oh, he has not rung the bell. I do not think the Saudi Forces A team sniper, or one of the snipers, and he has not rung that bell either. They are supposed to go from that top window into the second window and ring the rope bell as we see the first and second sniper cross the line. 6.5 minute mark. Yeah, 6:30.51. But I imagine there will be a number of penalties to be added onto that time for the Saudi A team. It's not a, from my understanding, it's not a serious violation to miss the bell, but it will be a procedural penalty. It is one of the tasks that they must complete. Rappel from the top floor into that second floor window before continuing down to the ground. here are the overall leaders of this year's UAE SWAT Challenge. The Ahmad team from Russia. In terms of speed, they have been very, very impressive on every single day so far this week. And they take so much pride, the Ahmad team, in being accurate, and I imagine there would have been an inquest amongst the various team members on day 2 as to why they picked up those penalties. They were clean though on day 3. And that's what it's all about. That's a word that you'll be hearing from me throughout the course of the morning, and you've probably already heard throughout the course of the week. Clean, keep it clean. Penalties to a minimum or none at all, and that's what they had, the Ahmad team, yesterday. They were quick and penalty free. And if there is a team that's going to take the UAE SWAT Challenge trophy out of the Emirates, then at the moment it looks like the Ahmad team, they are leading the standings here this year. Five team members still, 2 snipers, and you can see 2 other team members just behind them. They are safety members that are introduced as part of today's challenge. They will help with the fast roping. I'll talk about that a little bit later on. All 5 of the handgun targets are down. The group splits again. And a lot more equipment being carried today. But I think all team members, as they sprint up those stairs, will be happy that there's no deadweight dummies today. Those 70-kilo dummies that we've seen 1 or 2 teams struggle with over the course of the first 3 days. Those sniper targets dispatched with ease. The rope bags thrown out of that top floor window. They have not missed the bell. And a little bit of a fall by one of the assaulters. I think he's okay though. He just hit the ground a little bit on the hard side. And this is where they're being strategic, the Ahmad team. The 3-man assault team, they've run off out in front. They're under the ping pong table now and towards that handgun range. Up and over the wooden wall. Into the first box where the Texas Star is. And clearly what they've done is the assaulters have assigned their best shooter, certainly their best handgun shooter anyway, to that Texas Star. There's no point in getting in each other's way. So it's interesting to see the strategy of the side which is currently leading the overall standings this week. As the 2 snipers cross the start-finish line, their work is done, and now they will wait for their colleagues to sprint out and down from that handgun zone, being urged on by the other Russian teams as they cross the finish line. Oh, that's an even better benchmark than we saw from the Bulgarians. 3:04.02. Quick. I said they were quick. They were the only team on day 2 to break the 2-minute mark for the day 2 challenge. And seeing the Akhmat team there get so close to the 3-minute mark here on day 4, it would suggest that very few, if anyone else, will break that 3-minute mark today. The Indonesian A team, they will go next this morning. And if that does end up being the fastest time at the end of this day 4 challenge from Akhmat of Russia, then it will question that theory, won't it, that we've heard talked about during the course of this week from various team members about being very early in the starting draw is a disadvantage. The longest event today, this day 4 Tower Challenge. One of the Indonesian A team had to have a couple of goes at that handgun target. As they sprint up those flights of stairs to get to the top. Meanwhile, we see the snipers engage their 3 targets each, 6 in total. I do find it very interesting to see the different weapons that are used by each of the teams during the course of this week. In through the first window. Both managing to ring that bell. It was only the Saudi team that missed the ringing of the bell this morning. Now the assaulters can sprint into the handgun zone at the far end there, you see, of today's course. Much more physical, and that's one thing that the organizers have deliberately designed into the course this week, is each day it gets harder. So we've noticed so far that the one man in that box taking on the Texas Star. And this is just about getting all the white discs down as quickly as possible, no matter who does it. Yesterday, of course, we saw that 4 targets were, actually yesterday was 8 targets, the day before it was 4, assigned to each member. You could not engage another team member's targets. Today, very different. It's just about getting those white plates down as quick as possible under the ping pong table. And the sprint towards the finish. Are the snipers already there? No, they're not. They've engaged the long range targets, but only now are they. Did they miss the bell? Ooh, I think they did, you know. Oh, and one of the Indonesian snipers has just become snagged in his rappel rope. Now he can sprint towards the finish and cross that line, so there will be procedural penalties as they hit that, or just under that 4-minute mark. 3:56 is the time for the Indonesian A team. And that's why I was so looking forward to today's challenges, because there are a lot more elements, more opportunity for mistakes as well. Next up this morning, the Ministry of Special Operations unit from Bahrain. And talking to various team members this week, it's fascinating to get their opinion on what they see from other teams. And trust me, this is a competition, and it's a serious competition amongst these teams and these individuals. They are constantly observing what others do and why they do it. Can they pick up some tips, tricks? Not only the positives, but the negatives as well. Watching others where mistakes may have happened, just thinking about that, and as the whistle goes, how they can maybe avoid those errors. Out of the handgun box, a fairly simple challenge to get them underway, and this is where the 2 snipers peel off round the side of that tower to arrive at the shooting range, whilst the assault team sprint up that stairs. Wonderful picture here this morning. That's 3 down from one of the Bahraini snipers. The rope bags get thrown out of that top floor window. The safety judge is happy. No error in terms of the bell from the Bahrainis. So 2 go down, the third assaulter. And this is where tactics and strategy come in. Some we've seen this morning have sent all 3 assaulters to that handgun range together as a unit. The Bahrainis here, 2 of their team members, as we see the snipers in behind there making their way to their tower positions. The Bahrainis have separated their assault team members. Now the third member sprints back over the start-finish line towards the handgun zone. And this is the more tricky element for the snipers. It's by far and away the furthest distance that they will have engaged so far this week. Two targets each. I'm not sure exactly what that distance is. Maybe 300 meters, approximately. Now, whilst they are packing up the snipers from the top of the tower, the assault team are down in the handgun zone, dropping those discs. And that looks good. Up and over the wood wall. Under the ping pong table. There'll be a bit of gravel rash there, no doubt. Meanwhile, the snipers are the last to come down that tower. Got to be quick, but also got to be safe. Just to remind you, throughout the course of this entire week, the safety violation penalties are the most serious. 2.5 minutes for a safety violation. 30-second for a target miss violation, as we see the 2 Bahraini snipers cross the finish line to stop the clock on 4 minutes 12.90. The Philippines National Police Force are up next. Here on day 4, the 4th edition of the Uae Swat Challenge. The trophy in the first 3 editions has not left the United Arab Emirates, but the way the Akhmat team from Russia are going this week, this may be the first time that it does. The current champions, Abu Dhabi Police, first of which Abu Dhabi Police B team will be going out after the Philippines National Police team. And the Abu Dhabi Police currently lying 6th in the overall standings. I'll come back to them in just a second. You can see there the rope bag. Another piece of equipment, and just like the first 3 days, the equipment they go out with, they must return with. There will be procedural penalties if they don't come back with a piece of kit other than the ropes, of course. And obviously it's a more serious violation if they leave behind a weapon. There goes the fifth and final of those short-range handgun targets as the first of the snipers comes round the corner. And the assaulters climb up the back of that SWAT truck through that window, which is not very big. I walked the course this morning. Smaller than it looks on that angle. Put it this way, enough to bang your head off as you're coming through there at the top of that SWAT truck ladder. This early in the morning it would wake you up. And the snipers are in position for the first of their two range challenges. And the one on the left-hand side of your screen there that you can see, he's up and running. The one on the right has got issue with his magazine. He seems to have a problem getting that magazine inserted. And this is becoming an issue for the Philippine police. Now he's in position and has that well, it looks to me like he's chambering the rounds individually. I thought I saw a magazine a little bit earlier on. Maybe he's abandoned that. 5 down, 1 to go for the snipers as the first of the snipers sprints into the tower block. As we see the third and final assaulter make his way down that tower. I walked up these stairs this morning and I was out of breath. I was carrying nothing except a mobile phone. So have some empathy for these guys carrying all this kit. Remember, body armor, webbing, weapons. Pretty quick and efficient from the assaulters. Now all three assaulters, even that third one that you're seeing there, even if they don't engage any of the targets, they still have to complete those obstacles over the wood wall, the green wall, and under the ping pong table. So obviously that third assaulter from the Philippines police team did not engage either the Texas Star or the white discs. One down. That's 2 misses on that left-hand side. 2 down. A miss again. Now, I think, are they going to swap? Or are they done? I think they're done. I'll just get confirmation of that rule, but I don't think the snipers are allowed to engage each other's targets. Unlike as we see in the handgun zone today, in difference to previous days where first person there or your best shooter can turn up, start having a go at that Texas wheel or at the white discs. When it comes to the snipers, they must stay on their allocated targets. Like I say, I'll try and get confirmation of that, but that's my understanding. So they've left targets behind, have the snipers. It's now their turn to come down the wall. The snipers, unlike the assaulters, do not have to ring the bell. And they sprint across the finish line. And it seems to me that the best teams, as we stop the clock at and around the 6.5 minute mark, 6:29.03 for the Philippines National Police Team. But a lot of thought goes into the design of these challenges, and I think what you'll find is the best teams, or certainly the quickest teams today, the assault team and the snipers, will cross the start-finish line roughly about the same time, or pretty close anyway. As we wait for the course to be reset, and the judges just to confer. There's a little judging tent, as you can see at the top of your screen there. There are 25 judges. Any uncertainty or any challenges, it goes to a judge called John, I'm told. Ask John. Refer to John. The next time my wife challenges me, I'll refer her to John. Here's the Abu Dhabi Police B team. Everyone having a look at the scores on their phones. And if you are watching this at home somewhere in the world, then marhaba. Welcome to the desert of Dubai for this 2023 UAE SWAT Challenge. And if you want to follow both the schedule of teams and the results as well, then go on to the UAE SWAT Challenge website. Everything is updated there. You can find out also what's happened on previous days and who finished where. Day 3 standings, Abu Dhabi Police finished in 3rd place. They weren't the quickest round the course, but penalty free. And remember, Abu Dhabi Police are the current champions of the UAE SWAT Challenge. Whistle blows. First up, handgun range, 5 individual targets. A couple of the team members have had more than one go at those handgun targets, as we see the others make their way to the ladder on the back of that SWAT truck. And they come through that little window. sprint up the stairs of this Uae Swat Challenge tower that you can see here. Fabulous drone shot. And while they're doing that, the snipers run down that little alley at the side of the tower to engage their respective targets. They're done. Now they must tackle the... And this looks good from the Abu Dhabi Police B team. They've got 2 assaulters in and out the tower. One seems to be having a little bit of a problem with that safety clasp. The bell. Oh, he's just snagged a little bit. I don't think that'll cost them anything in terms of time. Unlike the previous days, one team member just getting caught up or a little error. Now, all of the assaulters must go into this rope box. One man can engage it, 2 can engage it, or all 3 can engage the Texas Star. It's as per the choosing and the strategy of each team. The snipers are now at the top of that tower. All 4 down, which means the snipers can move on and they can fast rope out of that tower block. And this is where I think we might see some penalties picked up today, as the 3 assaulters are tackling those. It's a multitude of targets. If you move position to take on other targets, safety always important. You have to reholster. Before exiting that rope box. And the snipers, they make their way down to the base of that tower. And across the finish line for Abu Dhabi Police B team, 4 minutes and 14.80 for the current champions. They started today 6th in the overall standings, the Abu Dhabi Police B team. And I think what is most impressive is from 3 days of action here at the Uae Swat Challenge, they picked up only 40 seconds of time penalties. That's impressive. Next up, Vietnam Police. There are plenty of visitors coming and going, meeting the various dignitaries. We've seen members of the public as well coming and enjoying this competition this week, which has been wonderful to see, including a few young ones, of course, as well. And the Vietnam police are making their way to the start line. I'm sure I saw earlier on this morning a couple of members of the Vietnam police entourage trying to have a little look inside the tower, but they were shooed out. Any little advantage, all of those little elements can mean so much. Now, all of the teams do have preparation time as the whistle blows for the Vietnam police effort. They are allowed prior to this event, prior to this week, an opportunity to see and have a look at all of the challenges and to walk through them, make a plan, a strategy. I think they're given about 20 minutes or half an hour just to brief themselves, familiarize themselves with each of the challenges before the event gets underway proper on Monday. Here we are. The week has gone by so fast. Sprinting up those stairs. Snipers are in position.
Okay, but you go here, right?
And you can see they are using rifles with a single round rather than a magazine. I was talking at length with some of the organizers this morning to see if there is a benefit between using a magazine and loading single rounds of ammunition with regards to the snipers, and many of them said it's personal preference. At the end of the day, it's about the user and his accuracy rather than the speed with which the ammunition goes into the barrel, into the chamber. And I think that will be proven to be true throughout the course of this morning. That's the third and final assaulter out of the tower building. As we see the snipers finish the shorter of the two challenges that they have to face. The next one, which is from the top of the tower, is at a much greater distance. And from what we've seen of the teams so far this morning, it looks like the Vietnam Police's assault team are making good progress. The snipers maybe a little bit on the slower side, but we will find out when they cross the finish line. This course is designed for the two groups, the assaulters and the snipers, to come over the finish line at approximately the same time. See one of the judges stepping in there. They do not really like the assaulters moving their weapons too far left and right past the 45-degree angle. It becomes a bit dangerous, in my opinion. If they're going to engage other targets, then better to move sideways, not to endanger their colleagues, of course. So 4 targets. This is the longer of the distances, the longer range efforts for the snipers, and this is done from the top of that assault tower. And this is the real test for the snipers. By far and away, of all of the challenges this week that the snipers have had to face, this is at the furthest range. I didn't measure it when I walked the course this morning, but like I said earlier, approximately 300 meters maybe. Now it's the turn of the snipers to fast rope down the side of that building. Probably the most important pieces of kit that they will carry this morning are gloves. The safety judges watching on closely, of course. Or the rope judges, to give them their proper names this morning. They're very clean from the two Vietnamese snipers. We've seen one or two team members snagged this morning in those ropes as they headed towards the ground. And the snipers sprint across the finish line to join their colleagues, crossing the 6-minute mark, 6:07.12 for Vietnam Police. The benchmark this morning has been set by who else but the Akhmat team of Russia. 3:03 for them. Very quick. The Montenegro counter-terrorist unit are going to be next to tackle this course. If you've just woken up and joined us, welcome, marhaba. You're late. The Uae Swat challenge is for early risers. Thumbs up from the team from Montenegro. And I believe as the years go by we'll see more and more. As you can see, one of the Montenegrin team members wearing what looked to me like trail running shoes, those blue and yellow trainers you can see in the middle there. I think as the years go on, any little advantage will be precious, and we'll see more and more individualize their kit as the whistle blows for the Montenegro team. And those blue and yellow shoes certainly giving him an advantage. First into the box. I might buy a pair myself. And first out of the box. Oh, doesn't help on the ladders though. A little slip. As they come through that box window. Then it's a sprint up 2 flights of stairs. And whilst they are doing that, the snipers are in place, as you can see. 3 down. And this looks pretty good from the Montenegro team. Just caught his rope and his pistol there. The first of the snipers goes into that entrance to the tower. And he's starting to make his way up the stairs, followed closely by his colleague, of course. Now that's one of the assaulters, the third and final assaulter, ringing that bell. And whilst he's doing that, his 2 colleagues are already in the handgun zone. And there's that guy with the blue and yellow trail running trainers first. Now every assault team member has to put a foot inside that rope box in front of the Texas Star, even if they're not engaging the target. All of these white discs must go down. Hear the first shots from the snipers who are now top of that tower. And now it's the turn of the snipers to fast rope down. And with all this kit and equipment, these are the challenges that the organizers deliberately build into these competitions, just to got to get those gloves on. There's hooks, there's kits, straps, clasps, and weaponry, of course, all to be carried. That little bag that you can see hanging from one of those snipers is just to rest the stock on. These are all personal preferences. It's an art form, really, being a sniper. As they sprint over the finish line and their work is done. 4:47.18 for the counter-terrorist unit of Montenegro. The quickest time we've seen this morning has been 3.04 from the Akhmat team of Russia. In fact, I'm just looking in front of me here, and the Akhmat team have been quick every single day this week. However, a little bit of damage done to their effort on day 2 when they picked up some penalties, but very clean on day 1, very clean on day 3, and clean again today for the Akhmat team. No penalties. As we see the Rwandan team. It'll be their turn to take on the tower event here in the desert of Dubai. This cool Thursday morning. as the one of the judges, all the judges in their red t-shirts, they're the ones who must observe, pick out any mistakes or safety violations, of course, which incur even bigger penalties. Hello! When I was doing my walkthrough of the course this morning, it only took maybe 10-15 minutes. Like I said earlier, the teams get approximately 20 minutes prior to this event this week to go through the course, and there's a lot of information to absorb, which makes you understand. In fact, thinking about it, I probably had the same amount of time to go through each challenge and what to do where and when. And I came away with my brain fried, having to take in every element, what's required, where penalties can be picked up, time lost. So, here we go. You can't put your foot on that black start finish line. Trying to steal an inch. The SWAT Team 1 of Rwanda are underway. A little bit confusion about the positioning in that handgun box. And you see how one of the Rwandan team members is already putting his rope gloves on. Anything that can make life a little bit easier once you get up there. Rwanda! Playing to the cameras. He's a professional. He must have done this before. I hope he knows this is not reality TV. This is reality. Three down for one of the snipers. Gets that magazine back inside his webbing. Now this is interesting. What a leap that was. Is this like the Olympics where they get points for artistic interpretation? What a leap from the tower from that team member for the Rwandan SWAT team, as we see the snipers make their way up inside the building, climbing those flights of stairs. So just going back to the bell, in fact, actually, I'll just park that thought for a second. I'll come back to it. There's Maytha Mohammed, one of the female referees. Deep in thought. You do not want to challenge her. In fact, none of the judges can be challenged. That's one of the rules, but you certainly do not want to challenge her. She's the only one of the female referees, the 25 judges, if you like. If you do challenge her, it's a double penalty. So the first two team members of the assault element. Those of you who've joined me late, just a reminder that today's a little bit different. There are 2 snipers involved today and 3 assault team members, in comparison to earlier on in the week where it was 1 sniper and 4 assaulters. as we wait for their colleagues, the snipers, to make their way down the side of that building. And across the finish line for the Rwandan team. That's a pretty good time. 4:11.51. The popular Brazilian seniors. Will be following the Rwandans out the gate. All of these guys over 50 years old. If you are below 50 and watching this today and think you would struggle around this course, then these guys will put you to shame. They've been very popular this week, the seniors from Sao Paulo in Brazil. And I was talking to them yesterday. They joined me here in the commentary box. They were telling me that obviously they are well aware that they can't match the speed of the younger teams, but they hope to use an advantage of accuracy, keeping everything tight and clean. As one of the judges issues final instructions now. I said earlier that I was walking the course with one of the organizers this morning. We both speak English. English is our first language, so it was relatively easy to get a run through and instructions of what's required in each of the challenges, and the penalties of course as well. But just have a thought for the various team members. Lots of international teams in the Uae Swat challenge this year, and those instructions obviously passed on in English, but not the first language of many, so not only having to overcome that language barrier, but to understand the technicalities of each and every challenge. It's difficult. And then for these guys, as we heard yesterday from Rui, who's in that lineup there, he was talking also about jet lag and time zones. We heard that from a number of teams as the whistle goes for the Sao Paulo seniors. The guys from the Orlando Police and NYPD also referring to it. They have been here a few short days ahead of this competition, but right now it's middle of the night in Brazil. First assaulter up the ladders, the two snipers make their way to their first target. I can feel the knees of these guys as they jump through this window. Ooh, all of us who are slightly older will know what that feels like. There goes the first shot from one of the Brazilian snipers. And there's the accuracy that they were telling me about yesterday. 3 shots, 3 targets. No wasting of time, and plenty of selfies this week with the Major General Abdullah Ali Al-Gaiti, the Assistant Commander-in-Chief for Operations. He's getting his photo taken with some of the Dubai police team. And Dubai police starting today second in the overall standings. The B team second in the overall standings. Getting those rope gloves on. And there's the first of the assaulters down from the tower. He has a little glance over his shoulder. 3 assaulters, first of the 3. Gets to his feet. You've got to ring that bell, otherwise it's a procedural penalty. Plenty of encouragement for the Sao Paulo seniors. The oldest guys taken part in the Uae Swat Challenge 2023. The Texas Star has been dispatched with ease. And you can hear the snipers who are now top of that tower. So his work is done. His colleague just settling down now to dispatch his 2 targets. 2 apiece, 4 targets in total for this long-range effort. Like I said earlier, my guess would be approximately 300 meters. So far enough to cause a problem. All down, which means the 2 snipers can now begin their journey back to that finish line. First, of course, they must fast rope down the side of the building, just like their assault team colleagues. Here they come. Well, safely down. Not quite as spectacular as we saw from that Rwandan team member. Who leapt out of that tower as if the building was on fire. The building's not on fire. That's teamwork. That's teamwork from the Sao Paulo seniors. And I have to say that during the course of this week I've been really impressed by the camaraderie. He's obviously injured, and this is what it's all about. Yes, this is just a competition, but in the real world, when things happen, you've got to operate as a team, and that's the test that the Uae Swat Challenge provides. Yes, there are individual elements to each of the challenges, but it is about teamwork as we see the 2 snipers make their way across the start-finish line. And a huge round of applause for the Sao Paulo seniors, the most popular team, it has to be said, here at the Uae Swat Challenge. They crossed the finish line in just over the 7-minute mark. 7:10.24 for the Sao Paulo seniors from Brazil. And clearly one of them hurt. We hope not too badly. The medics coming to assist and just make sure. Is it an injury that he picked up going up and over one of those walls, one of the wooden walls or the green wall? Any time below 4 minutes today is pretty good. A much longer challenge here on day 4, the Tower Challenge. So it won't be the sub-2 minute times that we saw on day 1. It was Ahmad with the sub-2 minute time. But most teams that were coming in the low 2s on day 1 were posting very good times. Is this where he hurt himself, maybe? We've just seen a replay. Yeah, I'm not sure. He seems okay there, but I think he seems okay there. I think he may have injured himself a little bit later on as he headed towards the obstacles in the handgun zone. On day 2, it was anything in the sub-3 minute mark was a healthy time, and here on day 4 anything sub-4 minutes you'd have to say was pretty healthy. One more day of competition here at the Uae Swat Challenge 2023, and that is the obstacle course, which takes place tomorrow. It's less about the technical and all about the physical tomorrow. And it's the boys from Kazakhstan who are next in the draw. Sumka. As they make their way to the start line with the starting judge. Well, I've seen plenty of team members stretching as they get to the start line, stretching their hamstrings, calves. I've never seen anyone stretch their jaw like we just saw there from a member of the Sumka team. And they're off, followed by their 2 safeties. Now all of these teams this week in every day's challenge, there's still a target remaining. So 3 were quick to, in fact That'll go down as a target missed. So the Sunkar team of Kazakhstan have clearly left behind a target, and that'll mean a 30-second penalty. I don't know whether that was a mistake or they deliberately and strategically opted to leave that target and just get in and out of that first challenge, that first box, as quickly as possible. But I certainly haven't seen that before this morning. Those rope bags get thrown out. They are attached. A very slick and quick attachment. Now, I was mentioning the Rwandan team earlier on, the first team and the only team that I've seen so far that where the first member through that lower window to ring the bell has brought the rope out. That is allowed. Has brought the rope out for his colleague who is coming down after him to also give it a tug and ring the bell, rather than actually to go through the window himself, as the assault team make their way into today's handgun section. Now this morning I went under that ping pong table. I don't know why, I think it was a mistake. But let me just tell you, it's awkward. That is the word I would use. It's not low enough that it's an obvious crawl, but it's not high enough that you can just duck your head and run underneath it. It's in that zone of awkwardness. The Texas Star is dispatched with ease by the Kazakhstan team. And you see the strategy employed here by the Sunkar team members. The first two into the box, one at one end, one at the other, and start working from the outside in. And it's clearly effective. That's one of the quickest finishes we've seen for the multiple target setup. This looks good. This looks good from the Kazakhstanis. The assaulters head across the finish line. Here come the snipers sprinting to that finish, being urged on by their colleagues. This could be very competitive indeed. That's good. 320.92. It won't beat today's benchmark, which is the Akhmat team from Russia's 3.04. The Bulgarians as well. They came in 318, but that's still very, very good from the Kazakhstanis. Next up, Black Wolf from Chile. They will be the 13th team to go through the gate this morning. We've seen the ladies of Dubai Police C team, and included in the 5-member unit today, another female, as they enter the handgun box. That fifth and final target just took a little bit of time to go down. So just like Elite Sport, all of the teams involved in this year's UAE Challenge, they have a squad, if you like, so that if someone has to go out with injury, another member can be replaced. Another member, can come in and replace them. We have seen one or two teams this week have a slightly different lineup, and just like a football team, you want your best players, your best members out there for each of the day's challenges. 2 misses from the first 2 shots from the Black Wolf team of Chile. And these 2 snipers seem to be struggling a little bit. Remember, this first sniping challenge is closer range than the second of the sniping challenges, which takes place from the top of the tower that the assault team are currently in. Getting those gloves on. And the third member of the assault team, she hooks up. So they come down from that top floor. They must ring that bell. If they don't, it's a procedural penalty. And there are the 2 safety guys. Each team must have 2 safety members or spotters at the bottom of that tower, just to make sure they come down as efficiently as possible, and that there are no safety violations. Because when everything's done at speed and under duress, and of course with a little bit of fatigue thrown in as well, having tackled all the physical elements of this challenge, that's when mistakes happen. So, one sniper down. Is he going to engage all 4 targets? One down, 3 to go. They're in deep discussion, those 2 snipers. A helping hand to get up and over that wooden wall. It's the last of the difficult obstacles Now that is body armor that all of these team members carry, and it's heavier than you think. Certainly when you're going up and over walls and under tables. The snipers don't have to ring the bell. It's only the assault team members that have to pull that rope to ring the bell, as we see that sniper cross the line, and a helping hand as Black Wolf of Chile can't break the 5-minute mark. 5:09.38 for the team from South America. There's the Kenyan police. They've had a pretty good run this week. They were lying in 4th position after day 2's challenge. A little bit further back in the overall standings as we head into day 4. As they head towards the start line for their attempt, and they've had a pretty good showing so far. So the Kenyan police next up, followed by their 2 safety guys. They are the additions to the 5-man unit today, and they're just there as spotters and safety for being in place at the bottom of the tower. Ooh, that was quick. That was very good. We haven't seen that first element of today's challenge executed so well. There go those penguin socks again. Without question, they are lucky. As the assault team come through that box window. And the 2 snipers are down, ready to engage their targets. I can confirm that the snipers must engage only their set of targets, and they're not allowed to exchange ammunition either. So the rope bag thrown out over. Oh, that's another fabulous leap, almost as artistic as the Rwandan. I'm going to allocate my own personal points to artistic interpretation of leaping out of that assault tower. maybe added on at the end of the competition. I'll try and persuade the judges. In fact, I'll try and persuade John, the judge in particular. It is hard to change his mind, of course, but we can only try. Up and over the wooden wall. And the first target they will engage is that Texas Star. Two-man effort for the Texas Star from the Kenyans. We saw some of the teams earlier just have one man engage it. One going to one end, one going to the other end. All four targets down on the distance challenge for the snipers. And now the three assault team members can make their way back. Their job is done. They'll be hoping that the sniper members have been just as effective, but this is good. This is very good from the Kenyan police. They had a couple of good days on days 1 and 2, not so good yesterday, as those penguin socks make their way to the ground. And a sprint toward, oh, he's dropped a magazine, I think, which could incur a penalty. It's hard to see from here, as we see 3:39.45, so a very, very good time from the Kenyan police. And I would suggest quite a clean effort from them, except for, what was that was dropped as he was running towards the line? Remember, anything to do with, let's have a look here in the replay. Is that a magazine? Oh, I don't know, he kicks it. That is improvisation. Yes, it was a magazine. So that will be a safety penalty, I imagine, by the judges. My understanding is only the protective glasses and earplugs can be dropped without penalty, but oh, to get so close to the finish line as well with what looked like a pretty clean attempt from the Kenyan police. And then for that to happen, but this is what we love about the UAE SWAT challenge. These are the things, these little mistakes, these little errors that can cost you dearly. Now it's the turn of the leading UAE team, the Dubai Police B team. Second in the overall standings ahead of this day 4. And remember, Dubai Police winners in 2019, the inaugural event of the UAE SWAT Challenge, and winners in 2020 as well. But the current title held by Abu Dhabi Police. And there's one of the two sniper rifles, those of you who know your kit. And I'm always fascinated by the choice of weapon. I have seen events similar to this, competitive shooting in the likes of the US, the United States of America, where some pretty high-tech and pretty expensive kit is on show in terms of weapons. Doesn't always mean victory, though. At the end of the day, it's about the person behind the gun, not the gun itself. As we see the Dubai Police B team line up on that start. Just to recap, 2 snipers, 3 assaulters. And the whistle goes for the Dubai Police B team. They will have watched the Ahmad team from Russia, who were out early this morning in the draw. Pretty efficient in the handgun section, and you can see them pulling those rope gloves on as the 2 snipers make their way round the side of the tower towards the first of the 2 target challenges that they have. In through the box window. Stairs taken 2 at a time. That's what I do at home. And one of the snipers has cleared his targets. That's a different range, that I think. I think that's the longer distance range, which comes a little bit later on when the snipers have gone to the top of the tower. And the assaulters are out of the building. Here comes the snipers. They have to enter that tower that the assaulters have just jumped out of, race up the stairs, which is not easy in itself. It's 4 flights, and get in position, which is where they are now, to tackle these 4 white discs, 2 each. 3 down. There's the 4th, so they can now pack up and make their way towards the ropes. Meanwhile, the assaulters are in position. They've already dealt with the Texas Star. The 3rd and final member of the assault team just made his way into the handgun box as we see the snipers. Ooh, one of them's got tangled a little bit. What a leap that was. And the snipers are now heading towards the finish as the assaulters make their way up and over the final wooden obstacle before they head under that ping pong table and sprint themselves to the finish. And just like we saw with the Kenyans, you may think it's all over at this stage, but drop a vital piece of kit can incur a penalty. And they're over in a very solid time. 3:17. By my reckoning, that's the 2nd quickest time of the day from the Dubai Police B team. Plenty of home support here for them. And that will help their cause. We will find out in a short while if there were any penalties to be incurred. It looked pretty clean to me from a distance. So this day 4 of the Uae Swat Challenge 2023, the tower event. We have seen 15 teams go through so far, the quickest of which was Ahmat from Russia. And they are both the leaders today so far and the leaders overall in the competition this week. Here's the other team from Kazakhstan. They were pretty quick this morning as well. The Sukar team. Ahmat penalty free today, as they were yesterday. They weren't on day 2. The Bulgarians also quick today. SOBT team from Bulgaria. They had a clock time of 3:18, no penalties. Themselves, the Indonesian A team, penalty free. The Rwandans also managed to get round without penalties, as did Abu Dhabi Police. As we see the A team from Kazakhstan get underway. This looks very good from the Kazakhstanis. Slick and quick. Snipers are done and dusted. Wow, this is impressive. And those of you who have been watching from first thing this morning, from 8 AM when this day 4 challenge began, in that second of the 2 windows to ring that bell, they will, you will understand, those of you who've been watching all morning so far, you can just tell, can't you, even if you do not know much about the challenges, about what's required or the technicalities, you can just see which teams look good and look like they're going to post a quick time. As the assaulters sprint towards that handgun zone. First one's already in the box to take on the Texas Star. Done, dusted, move on. Remember, all of the assaulters must enter that rope box in front of the Texas Star, even if all of the targets have been engaged on it. And here come the snipers. As soon as they have reached the bottom of this assault tower, their work is done, and they can just then sprint towards the finish line. A thumbs up from the safety judge. They don't have to ring the bell, the snipers. The assaulters do, all 3 of them. The first of the assaulters sprinting towards the finish, followed closely behind by 2 of his teammates. And you can see the strain as they cross that line with a little helping hand from the sniper. That will be a good time, a very good time indeed. 3:21 by my reckoning. And I think, I'll confirm in just a second, but I think that is just slightly quicker than their fellow countrymen, the other Kazakhstan team that we saw a little bit earlier. I had them on the clock at 3:22, so ooh, close, very close indeed between the two Kazakhstan teams. And now it's the turn of the Libyan police. "55 teams, 28 countries represented today and throughout the course of this week. In this, the 4th edition of the Uae Swat Challenge. It has been fascinating to see those members of the public and the various dignitaries and VIPs watching on today. This is a competition that's so easy to get into and get involved in and to start discussing tactics and technique, even though none of us sitting here watching are experts. Well, certainly I'm not anyway. You can see that we are all SWAT specialists by the end of this week, or I think I will be. I might sign up, join the police. 5 days of the UAE SWAT Challenge here in the sunny Dubai desert. I think I'm now fully qualified to join the Dubai police and go straight into their SWAT team. I know everything that there is to know. At least when it comes to hostage rescue, tower assault, officer rescue, maybe the obstacle course. I might struggle on that tomorrow. 8 AM, we begin again tomorrow morning. So if you want to come down here, then you are more than welcome. Members of the public are welcome as the Libyan police line up on that start line. Things I am fascinated about is the kit, the differences in kit. Adidas on show for the Libyan side. Mobility is important because there are so many physical elements to not just today's challenge, but all of the challenges throughout the course of this week. But at the same time, there are aspects to each of these challenges whereby it's so easy just to go over an ankle. So do you go for protection? Do you go for just that speed of running? There's targets still out there. Remember, all 5 members, 1 target each. They cannot engage another member's target at that first stage. Through the box window, up the stairs. And there's 2 members of the Libyan police still in that first of the tasks, the handgun box. He's decided to call it a day, take the penalty. Remember, 30 seconds for a target missed. At some point you do have to just say, you know what, I could be here for ages and still not hit that target. 1 assaulter. Oh, his rope is snagged. That rope, he's not allowed to go if that rope is tangled. as we see the two snipers in position for the first of the two target challenges faced for today's snipers. Two snipers today instead of the usual one that we've seen in the first 3 days. Now, they are laying on the curb. It's a bit of pavement, it's like a block pavement. It's not that comfortable and very hard when you're lying down on that, but that's real world. And the organizers each year attempt to make all of the challenges and the course in general as authentic as possible. If this was the real world, the snipers would not get a nice fluffy cushion, would they? If they were sent to an incident, they would have to just set up as and where they could. Another of the assaulters makes his way down from the side of that building. And he will sprint towards the handgun section of this Day 4 Tower Challenge. Trust me, it's high. Very high. I don't know if you suffer from vertigo, but when I had a little look out of that top floor this morning, it did make me feel a little bit queasy. We are at the Texas Star, and you can see how difficult it is. Once you start hitting the targets on that Texas Star, it starts to spin that wheel. There's a little shake of the head there from him. A little bit of frustration. There goes the fifth and final white disc, and you can see him shaking the head. He's left his gloves behind. That will be a penalty. And you can see why that happened. He was so focused on that fifth and final target of the Texas Star. It was frustrating him so much that he's lost his focus and left his gloves behind. And that's what's so good about this event, keeping you cool. I've spoken once or twice this week about elite athletes, the mental strength required, the mental agility required. This is very, very similar, if not more so. Being able to forget about mistakes quickly and move on. And he's dropping those targets slowly and steadily. No limit to their ammunition for this particular section. Unlike previous days, remember yesterday it was 3 magazines, 4 bullets each. I beg your pardon, that was day 2, wasn't it? Yesterday it was 10 rounds, 8 targets. 10 rounds of ammunition, 8 targets. So you could only afford to miss twice. Whereas today it's as much ammunition as you prefer to carry. This is from the top of the tower, and this is the long range target, and I think that has been abandoned, certainly by one of the snipers anyway. 2 targets each, 4 in total they have from that long range distance. the rope judge, or the safety judge that you can see on the right hand side there in the red, he will not let these guys go if he feels that they're not safely attached. And there's the third and final assaulter trying to drop some of those white discs. The clock is ticking here for the Libyan police. Well, they're still going at these targets, the Libyan police, and the clock is still ticking. It has been a struggle for them this week. There's is that the same gloves that we saw before, or is this a different glove that's been dropped? Remember, except for the ropes today, they've got to take all of their kit back across that start-finish line if they don't want to incur penalties. I think that was a glove from another team member. We saw, was it the Kenyan police, who had a very good round a little bit earlier, and then just as one of the team members was heading towards the finish line, he dropped a magazine. As we see the second and final of the snipers descending the tower, or about to descend the assault tower. And the assaulters, or at least one of them, makes his way under that ping pong table and towards the finish line for the Libyan police. And he will probably be met by the final of the two snipers, breathing heavily as the temperature rises here. There is the second and final sniper sprinting towards that finish line. And now he's across over the 10-minute mark for Libyan police, and the slowest time we've seen so far today here at the UAE SWAT Challenge 2023. Next up is the General Command of the Amiri Guard, the A team. They will be taking on this course in just a second. They're preparing there, and joining me in the commentary box, members of the Saudi team. And I think the first question I've got to ask, and I always ask every team, is, are you happy? Are you happy with your attempt today?
أنت سعيد بخصوص أداء الفريق اليوم؟
الحمد لله، يعني مشاركتنا كانت جيدة اليوم، وهذا يعتبر واجب بالنسبة لنا المشاركة مع أشقائنا في دولة الإمارات، ونشكرهم على حسن التنظيم الرائع صراحة.
He's happy today and he's thanks the organization and Dubai Police. He's with he's saying I'm with my brothers here in the UAE and I am very happy today.
That's good. Now, sitting alongside me, he's the coach. He's the, how would I call it, the Sir Alex Ferguson of the team from Saudi Arabia, the Internal Security Forces team of Saudi Arabia. What did you say to your men before they started today? What was your final instruction?
المعلق يسأل يقول شو هي التعليمات الأخيرة اللي أعطيتهم للفريق قبل الجولة؟
التركيز ودخول المنطقة بكل أمان وكل ثقة، والسرعة في الانتقال ما بين المحطات بشكل أقصى.
He said I give them instruction to be fast and focus on the competition and be clear mind to bring a good time.
How important, not just today, but this whole week, has it been for the coach to make sure his team has no penalties or very shui penalties? Not to have any penalties. Has he been saying every day to make sure no
هل
penalties?
أكدت على فريقك أنه يركزون على قلة الأخطاء ويكون تركيزهم عالي في الأداء؟
صحيح، قلة الأخطاء هي اللي تساعدك في تحسين الزمن.
Yes, he said I tell them every day because the less penalties it be very good to have a short time.
And final question, which has been the best day for you this week?
السؤال الأخير، متى كانت أفضل مسابقة لكم في هذا الأسبوع؟
كانت في اليوم الأول التكتيكي، والحمد لله يعني نجحنا فيها بشكل كبير، وإن شاء الله القادم يكون أجمل بإذن الله اليوم وغدا.
It was on the first day on the first competition. It was very good for them, and he said, "Inshallah, in future we will be better."
Thank you very much, shukran, and it's been great to see your team spirit this week. I've watched you before each day's competition, running around the complex and singing. So shukran, and thank you for joining me here in the commentary box, the coach of the Saudi team. And it's interesting to get a coach's perspective as we see the Amiri Guard A team are looking pretty good so far. A little bit of a stumble there, but nothing that will affect them. Remember, the assault team has to ring that bell, the snipers don't. And the snipers themselves are now up on the top of the tower for the most difficult sniper challenge this week, and certainly the longest range. One down, 3 to go. A hit and a miss for the Amiri Guard A team. And it was interesting, wasn't it, just hearing from the Saudi team coach there what they focus on. He certainly felt that they had their best performance on day one. More ammunition required for the second of the Saudi I beg your pardon, the Amiri Guard A team snipers. He's had misses. Well, that's pretty emphatic. The target and the stand on which it's on have gone over. Talk about making sure. As the assault team have already finished with the Texas Star and are now in the handgun box. Now, you can today assist team members in that handgun box. It's not a set of targets assigned to you and you alone. They can, each member can engage all the targets if they want to. As the assault team members make their way under that ping pong table and round towards the finish line, hopefully we'll catch a glimpse of how the snipers finished up. But they were struggling, the Amiri Guard A snipers, when we last saw them. They're now done. Down that wall, and they can now make their way towards the finish line. And the snipers have to carry so much equipment. We saw as they crossed the line, having reached the 5-minute mark for the general command of the Amiri Guard A team. Yeah, as I was saying, the snipers, they have to carry so many bits and pieces that there's always that danger, as we saw with the Kenyans, that something will be dropped, a piece of equipment will be dropped. The harder they sprint, of course, the more danger there is of that. Here on day 4 of the UAE SWAT Challenge 2023. The Royal Thai Police will be making their way out next. And let me just bring you up to speed on how things stand here in the Emirate of Dubai. Great inter-country rivalry on show this week, as well as inter-emirate rivalry, and also as well inter-department rivalry. A number of teams from not just the same countries, but from the same units, and that's created a great competitive spirit. Top of these standings today, Akhmat of Russia, followed by SOBT of Bulgaria, both early starters this morning, so that theory of being at the top of the draw, as we see the Royal Thai Police get ready, but that theory of being top of the draw being a disadvantage seems to not be the case so far this Thursday morning. And lying in third, Sunkar of Kazakhstan. Sunkar, the only team in the top 4 to incur a penalty, so even though they went round pretty quickly, they did have a 30-second time penalty for that solitary target left behind. As we see the Thai Police get underway. And you can see two team members, sorry, of the Thai Police, the Royal Thai Police, opting to put one of their gloves on for the handgun section. Most of the team members, not all, but most of the team members so far this morning we've seen taking on that first challenge in the handgun box with their hands, and then as they sprint towards that SWAT truck with the ladder and come through this box window, we can see them pulling their gloves out to put them on. And the snipers very quickly in position, so good speed from the Thai Police. Let's see what the accuracy's like. Ooh, the first of the assaulters just came through that window a little bit awkwardly, but the bell's been rung twice. And they're off and running towards the handgun section. From the tower to the handgun section, maybe 60-meter sprint, maybe a little bit more. Third assaulter finally down and off and running. And those two guys, the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, they are the safety spotters for each team. They are team members or squad members. And one of the dignitaries that we caught a glimpse of there, Lieutenant General Abdullah Al-Mari, the Commander-in-Chief of Dubai Police, as we see the Royal Thai Police have gone through that Texas Star Challenge very quick indeed, and now at the target section, and goodness me, this is like being at the fairground. They are dropping those white discs very quickly. They all leave that box together. Over the wooden wall, under the ping pong table. This looks good. This looks good from the Royal Thai Police. The final sniper just manages to free himself from that rope as he sprints towards the finish line and towards his colleagues who are urging him on. Did they break the 3.5-minute mark? Just, I think. If not, then 3.5 minutes dead from the Royal Thai Police, and if that was penalty free, that could be there or thereabouts in terms of the leaderboard. A leaderboard which is still topped by Akhmat of Russia, 3:04 was their time, no penalties, and they're followed closely behind by Dubai Police B team, 3:17, no penalty. The Bulgarians bumped down into third place. Some members of the South African side there in support. They are going to be out of the gate next. The Special Task Force, the B team on this occasion from South Africa. They've been there or thereabouts this week. As the South Africans make their way towards that start line. And they will get underway in just a few seconds. The B team of the South African Police Service. First box, the handgun box. All members have got to be in it before they can draw their weapons. Pretty effective. And this is where the group splits in two. The snipers sprint round the side of that tower and head towards their first target, which is the short-range target of the two that they have to engage today. And they're in place. And I do find it interesting that the first of those two sniper ranges is very near to my commentary box here, as we see the bell being rung by one of the assaulters, and the difference in sound from the different rifles that are being used on today's challenge. Some of them have a hefty bang, and that was certainly the case with the snipers from South Africa. I could almost feel it reverberating through the wall behind me. Oh, a little bit awkward, but it worked. We already have 1-2 assaulters into the handgun section of this competition today. Up and over the wooden wall into the Texas Star element of this handgun section. And just look at this. Once they start firing, the momentum of those bullets starts to spin that wheel. But that's good. That's clean. Every member of the assault team must put a foot inside that rope box. Minimum. Still got the gloves on. These are the things that you just don't think about. Oh, he's dropping them very nicely. This is good. And that's the snipers finished with the long-range element of today's challenge, the tower challenge as it's called. And the first of the assaulters leading the other two towards that finish line, that sprint. That's more of a jog. Doesn't matter though. He can probably see the last of the snipers. A little bit of a delay here. Ooh. There was a struggle there with that safety clasp. He's down, he's out, and he's heading towards the finish. And look at that. That's the first time I've seen a pacer being used and across the finish line in just over the 4-minute mark for 4:08 for the South African side. Commander-in-Chief there of Dubai Police, Lieutenant General Abdullah Khalifa Al-Mari. Been here every day this week enjoying the competition. As we all have. Team 1 from Angola, please make their way to the start line. Just to remind you how things stand. Akhmat from Russia top the table at the moment. In fact, they top the overall standings so far this week, so they're looking good. Dubai Police follow them as the whistle goes, and the Angolan Police begin their attempt at today's tower challenge. Two teams from Kazakhstan in the top 5 at the moment. Just a second between them in terms of clock time, and both of them picking up target penalties, which may, when it comes to the final reckoning at the end of the day, cost them precious points. So 55 teams, which means that the team that comes in first at the end of each day collects 55 points. The team that comes in last collects 1 point, and those points are accrued over the course of each day. And it's worth reminding people that Abu Dhabi Police, who are the current champions, they did not finish first in any of the events last year, but because they were consistent each day and were there or thereabouts at the top of the table, they accrued the most points during the course of the week. And Akhmat from Russia not only leading today, but out in front in the overall standings that I mentioned earlier, leading from Dubai Police. So this week and this event, it's the same 1-2, but just look at the points total as we see one of the assaulters about to make his way out of that tower. 159 points Akhmat accrued after 3 days of competition. Dubai Police 156 points. So just goes to show you, one bad day, things can change dramatically. Sharjah Police, who in the overall standings, their A team lying in 3rd for this year's competition, they are over 10 points behind. And there goes the other sniper making his way into that tower for the second of the target challenges as the assaulters make their way down. All 3 assaulters must ring that bell. Into the Texas Star box. Up and over the green wall, and this is the leading member of the Angolan Police assault team. Decides to go right to the far end. Deep breath. Well, that shot hit the target, but it did not knock it off, and I think it's worth just reminding those of you who are watching at home that that white disc must be either knocked flat or knocked off the red poles, clipped twisted. Does not count. You can see the judge watching on and just encouraging that team member to move along. It's obviously safer to shuffle sideways than it is to start angling your weapon towards one of your colleagues, as we see the two snipers now in position at the top of the tower for the longer range of the two challenges that the snipers face today. Two snipers today. He's having a bit of trouble, isn't he, with that magazine. Just trying to clip it in there. Now it finally does go in. Has he got a round chambered? Yes, I think he has. As the assaulters, them anyway, comes back through and sprints to, in fact, all three of them. So good cohesive effort from the three assault team members. The clock will not stop there. They have to wait, and they'll probably have to wait some time for their sniper colleagues who are still on top of the tower. The best teams that we've seen, the most efficient teams that we've seen this morning, the assaulters have crossed the line at or around the same time that the snipers have crossed the line. So the Angolan Team 1 snipers, the police team snipers, are just a little bit on the slow side in comparison to their assault team compatriots. He's just struggling to get that glove on a bit tight, a bit like O.J. Simpson. Squeezing his hand into that glove. He's just fiddling a little bit with this clasp. It's a struggle. And remember, those rope judges are there for safety. They will not let them go. That clasp is not in position. That glove goes on a lot easier. And the last of the snipers makes his way towards the finish line, where he'll be met. Oh, is he losing some equipment? Just makes it over. It was his belt that was slipping down. 7:45.79. Not the slowest time that we've seen today. By some 3 minutes. We've had one team, I think, was it the Libyan team, that went over the 10-minute mark. Here, yes, they are the slowest with a time of 10:32.67. The Vietnam police came through in a clock time of 6.06. So that effort from Team 1 from Angolan police will be the second slowest time today here at the Uae Swat Challenge. The leaderboard still led by Ahmat of Russia, followed by Dubai Police B Team and SOBT of Bulgaria. So you'd have to say that certainly Dubai Police B Team and Ahmat of Russia will be the two sides likely to be slugging it out for the crown tomorrow, depending of course on what happens in the obstacle course. Very, very physical on the fifth and final day of the Uae Swat Challenge. And its 4th edition. Started in 2019, but there was no event in 2021. COVID prevented that. Teams coming from all over the world, 28 countries in total, one of which is Indonesia. The B team, who I'm sure will have watched and had a quick word with their A-team colleagues who went out early this morning. They were the 4th team out this morning, the A-team from Indonesia, and they had a pretty good run. Came under 4 minutes, but most importantly, unlike the Kazakhstan sides above them in the table, they came through with a very clean round, the Indonesian A team. This is the B team. 3:55 is the time to beat. The little inter-department competition, that's the time to beat for them. Obviously the overall time to beat is 3:04, set by the Akhmat team from Chechnya and Russia earlier on today. A lot of those guys who went out early this morning, they've hung around to see what some of their rivals for respective table positions have been doing. Snipers are down, in position. All looking good so far. Five down, 6 down, no misses. They look like gardening gloves that the B team from Indonesia are wearing. Bell rung. A little slip at the bottom of the tower there, but that will not hinder him. They're either gardening gloves or they're builder's gloves. Anything except your bare hands, that's all that's important. Bright yellow, they won't lose them. Another stumble. Oh, I thought that rope was just going to get itself wrapped around his ankle. Fabulous aerial shot, shows you this long sprint they have down towards the handgun section, which one of the team members, the first of the team member, is already in, joined by the second. And unlike we saw with one of the teams earlier, where 2 members engaged that Texas Star, on this occasion he's going straight towards the target zone. Whilst we have a look at the snipers that are top of the tower, 2 targets each from much longer range. That's a miss. Now you can see the sniper on the left-hand side there of your screen. He's already engaged his 2 white discs, and I think he's just passing on a little bit of information, passing on tips to his colleague, who clearly was struggling with his targets. Maybe just a little bit of sight adjustment, just giving a little bit of a helping hand, and that's what this competition is all about, teamwork. As we see members of the assault team make their way back towards that finish line. This will be good. This will be good from the B team of Indonesia. Remember, 3:55 was the time to beat. That was their A-team colleagues as he makes his way across that line. And with that little delay in hitting those long-range targets by one of the snipers, it will probably mean that the B team can't better the Indonesian A team in terms of their clock time this morning. That sprint to the finish. Those gardening gloves are getting a good workout. And across the line, yeah, the clock says it all, 4:44.71 in comparison to the Indonesian A team, who finished in 3:55.61. And that effort from the A-team representatives of Indonesia has them placed 7th in the table. And no penalties. Well, a wonderful aerial view of the Uae Swat Challenge 2023 here in the desert of Dubai as the temperatures gently rise this morning. I think events will definitely be finishing later than they have been the first 3 days, that's for sure. It was very cold this morning, 15 degrees centigrade, but that temperature now creeping up into the low 20s. And joining me in the commentary box, members of the Special Forces team from Bahrain, Lieutenant Colonel Yahya Sultan bin Ali. I think my first question is, obviously your team is a little bit later today, but are you happy with the week so far, your performance this week? Are you happy?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. بالنسبة عن فريق، احنا أيضا يسعدنا أيضا كل سعادة أن نتشرف أن نقوم في هذه البطولة أو المنافسة، أن نحن مقتنعين ومنافسين في هذه البطولة، لكن رغم ذلك هنالك أيضا يعني في المنافسة تجد أيضا الموقف لا يحالفنا ببعض الأحيان، فأنا أيضا مقتنع بالفريق كما مقتنع من نفسي.
Yeah, it is our pleasure to came here to the SWAT challenge, and the team has faced a lot of challenge during the competition, and I thank a lot my team for their performance today.
Which was your best day, do you think? Which was the day that you performed the best?
بالنسبة عن أقوى الفريق كان مفترض أن نكون في بداية المنافسة في البطولة الأولية، المنافسة الأولية، لكن لم يحالفنا الحظ بسبب كسر أحد حمالة البندقية وإضاعة القناص فرصة الإصابة، وسقوط أيضا حامل الإصابة أو حامل المصاب. بالنسبة عن أفضل توقيتنا كان أمس المنافسة اللي هو المنافسة الموانع، ليس الموانع عفوا، منافسة الإنقاذ الضابط.
Yeah, we supposed to be the first place on the first day, but unfortunately we got broken one of the tools, so I think yesterday was the best performance for my team.
Day 3 was your best performance. You obviously are a little bit later today. We are seeing the temperature getting hotter. Do you think that will be a disadvantage?
طبعا تعتبر من المؤثرات أيضا على جميع الفرق، يعني تكون أحد الأسباب ممكن فيها أيضا عمل شاق بسبب الحرارة، تؤثر أيضا الحرارة، تؤثر أيضا أداء اللاعبين، تؤثر أيضا في أدائهم أيضا في نزول البرج والإنزال. نعم، من المؤثرات التي تؤثر على المنافسة صحيح. توقيت متأخر.
Actually for all of the teams, but we used to.
Of the Bahrain team here in the commentary box as we watch the Bahrain team here in the commentary box as we watch the Angolan Police Operations Tactics team number 2 going round now. The snipers are in place for the short range challenge. Remember, there is a long range challenge as well for the snipers, but this is the first of the 2 sniper challenges today. Miss from their snipers. And if they struggle, we've seen the snipers, remember 2 of them today, if they struggle, it can cause quite a delay towards the end of this challenge. As the assault team members get ready to come down that tower, the safety judge is not happy with something not in that rope, and the safety judge will not let them go down that tower until that rope is free. And there is a technique to how you roll that rope up and insert it into the rope bag, which does affect when it's been thrown out of that top floor, how it unravels. There you see the little knotted loop has been undone, and then it's thrown out of that window again. But once more, precious time has been lost. There are, watching on, the Lieutenant General Abdullah Khalifa Al-Mar, the Commander-in-Chief of Dubai Police, and alongside him the Major General Abdullah Ali Al-Ghaiti, the Assistant Commander-in-Chief for Operations. The Angolan snipers now are in position at the top of the tower for these longer range efforts. 2 targets apiece at one high, one low. And this has caused quite a few of the snipers' problems today. Like I said earlier on this morning, I don't know the exact distance, but it's approximately 300 meters, maybe more. And certainly further than anything else that these snipers have had to engage in the first 3 days of the competition. And the assault team dropping those white targets. One of them has just been flipped sideways, but he's still managed to get it. That's good. And just to remind you that these discs, if they are popped sideways, it makes it a much, much smaller target to have a crack at. A little bit of confusion as to where they go next. It is underneath the ping pong table. And then down towards the finish line as we see the snipers just getting ready to go out of that top floor window and rappel down the side of the assault tower. They don't have to ring the bell. The assault team members do have to ring the bell. Plenty of pictures have been taken this week. Instagram accounts around the world must be full. Just making sure his weapon is secure as he crosses that finish line. The Angolan Police Operations Tactics Team 2. Just under the 7-minute mark, 6:55.48. And just to put that in perspective, the other team from Angola, the operational tactics team of the Angolan police, they came in 7:45.41, so much quicker from Team 2. We will see, that's the clock time to remind you. Let's see what penalties are added on there. That's where Judge John comes in. Not his real name, of course. But he and his colleagues, they have their little discussion once all 25 judges have been gathered together, and those that have seen violations point them out and then determine what time penalties are to be added. Nobody challenges Judge John. The leaderboard today still headed by the Ahmad team from Chechnya. 3.04 their clock time, and without penalty it was their final time. Dubai Police B team though close behind, 3 minutes 17, and also without penalty, so it keeps Dubai Police B team in the running for this year's title. As we see the Orlando Police Department that started the week strongly make their way into the handgun box. Remember, they can't take their weapons out until all 5 members are in that box. First time shots for the Orlando Police Department. All targets hit. You can see them pulling their gloves on as they make their way towards that SWAT truck. Through the box window, up the stairs. One of 2 teams representing the United States of America, the NYPD team, the other outfit that are involved in this UAE SWAT challenge. This looks slick. It looks quick from the Orlando Police Department team. Hooked onto that belt, so a thumbs up from the safety judge. He can now go down into the second window, pull that bell rope. Now into the handgun zone and taking on the Texas Star. Multiple targets. Any member of the team can engage these targets, unlike the last couple of days where the assigned targets, it was 4 I think on day 2, 8 yesterday. They are, or yesterday anyway, they were your targets and your targets alone. You couldn't engage another team member's targets. Today, anyone can hit any target except for the snipers. They are still assigned specific targets to themselves, 2 apiece here on the long-range element at the top of the tower. The assaulters' work is done. They head back towards the finish line. I think they'll have a little bit of a wait for the snipers, possibly. One is out of the window. Just trying to get all those hooks in place. And the second sniper touches down on the ground. Oh, he's got snagged in the rope. Manages to untangle himself and sprint towards the finish. The Orlando Police Department crossing the line in just over the 4-minute mark, 4:04.18. And like I said, the Orlando Police Department, one of the early leaders in the first couple of days here at the Uae Swat Challenge. At the end of day 2, the Orlando Police Department were lying in 6th spot. They had a penalty-free round on that day. And again, it's all about penalties. More targets to hit today, which means more opportunity for misses, of course. As we see the Serbian team, SAJ, make their way towards the start line. Feeling confident, of course. And I think it's worth pointing out that SAJ of Serbia, in the overall standings ahead of this, the 4th day of challenges, are lying in 4th. With 140 points from the week so far. And they are not only lying 4th in the standings, SAJ of Serbia, but they came in 5th at the end of day 3. They had 1 minute of time penalties added on at the end of day 3. As the whistle goes, and what you would consider as one of the contenders. Oh, there's a bit of equipment being dropped. I think it's a rope bag. Remember, the other shooters cannot begin on these targets until all 5 members are in the box. So that gets the SAJ team of Serbia off to a bad start. I think his strap came undone from that rope bag. You can see they're all carrying a little black bag which contains their rope for that descent from the top of the tower, which means he has to carry that rope bag himself obviously was dropped. He had to go and retrieve it. It's the fine margins. Can the snipers make up for that lost time? 6 first-time hits for the first of the 2 sniper challenges. As the snipers make their way to the top of the stairs and out onto that platform here at the SWAT Challenge 2023 here in the United Arab Emirates. Two front runners from the assault team making their way towards that handgun zone. They'll be followed up by a third. Remember, only 2 team members can come out of that tower at any one time, so once the first 2 are down, only then can the third assault team member make his way out of that top floor window. One of the snipers just struggling. That's another miss. Again, a different strategy employed by the Serbian assault team. We've seen earlier on teams whereby one member goes straight to the end of this box. They have started in the middle and then are working their way out. That still looks good though. All done. They can now begin their exit up and over the wooden wall. That sprint towards the finish for the assault team, but how much time has been lost by their sniper colleagues? There's definitely one of them over there. There's the second one over there as well. I think they are, and 3 minute 20. We didn't get final confirmation. It looked like a 3:23 or a 3:22 to me from SAJ of Serbia. Well, they are slower than SOBT of Bulgaria, but quicker than the Royal Thai Police. They came in at a clock time of 3:29, so if there are no time penalties to be added on to the SAJ team from Serbia, then they could squeeze in to 4th ahead of Royal Thai Police. A team that are 4th overall in this year's standings. Let's have a look at the time. 3:20.21, so that definitely puts them ahead of the Royal Thai Police and only a couple of seconds off the Bulgarian team. And here is a look at the top of the table standings as they are here on day 4. This is today's event, of course. Akhmat of Russia. Look at that, 3:04. I genuinely thought they were going to break through the 3-minute mark, but no team so far today has done that. Followed by Dubai Police B team, 3:17. All of the other sides, teens and above, as you can see. And the 2 Kazakhstan teams, great consistency from them. Sunkar and SSN both coming in at or around the 3:20 mark, but they both picked up time penalties. I think they were both, if I remember correctly, were missed target penalties for the Kazakhstanis. But 1, 2 and 3, the Russians, the Emiratis of Dubai Police and the Bulgarians topping today's Tower Challenge table. Now it's the team from Kyrgyzstan, the Special Forces Kalkan. They will walk to the start-finish line for their attempt. 55 teams in total. This is the 27th team to head out on today's Tower Challenge, so we're halfway in today's competition, and a much longer course today, which is why we're seeing much higher times. Like I said, the Akhmat team from Russia, I genuinely did think that they would break that 3-minute mark earlier this morning, but so close. And the team from Kyrgyzstan are off. It's such a fabulous human test, this course. A mixture of the physicality, that sprint that you've just seen there, strength, getting up and over those wooden walls, and then the technical accuracy required here on the Texas Star. The Kyrgyzstan team electing to employ 2 shooters. Most of the teams this morning, we've seen 1 on that Texas Star. One of the snipers is done. The other one still has to finish off. He's struggling here and just recalibrating a little bit. And that's a hit, which means he can leave. As the assaulters start to make their way back. As the snipers come down the tower, and they will then begin their sprint to the finish. The determination as he crosses the line. Can't break the 4-minute mark. 4:04.18 for the team from Kyrgyzstan. And you can see them blowing. Just goes to show you how much of a physical test this is today. Tomorrow is all about the physical, of course. It's the obstacle challenge tomorrow, Friday. You can see some members of the Akhmat team in the background there, just watching on as the Sharjah Police B team is getting ready to make their attempt. 2nd place. So they'll be looking for another good showing today, one of the top sides in this competition. And some members of the public just here to take pictures, but keep an eye on those who are from some of the other teams. This is their Olympics, this UAE SWAT challenge for the various forces from around the world. It is their competition and they take it very, very seriously. So all having a look at each other. So we've seen over this recent spell some of the very strong sides in this competition, Sharjah Police B team being one of them. We saw SAJ of Serbia a little bit earlier on. Another of the sides that are having a pretty good week so far. Orlando Police Department, one of the top teams in this competition, and a flurry of the top outfits going out at the moment. Of which Sharjah Police B team are one of them. The Sharjah Police A team go a little bit later, so as far as their department is concerned, the Police Department of Sharjah, their benchmark time will be set by these guys. A couple of shooters still in the first of the handgun boxes. As the first sniper makes his way towards the range, and the first of those sniper challenges, this is the shorter of the two challenges for the snipers today. Two out of two, 3 out of 3. Quick and slick. And that sprint towards the tower, you'll see that sniper come up the stairs shortly, just as his assault team colleagues are heading down. There you see him. That's the first of the two snipers making his way out onto the top of this tower platform for the longer range effort that they have to complete, the snipers. And the assaulters can now, the first two assaulters anyway, can now make their way towards that handgun section. Here comes the third. So pretty close together for the Sharjah Police B team. And the first team member already into that zone, up and over the wooden wall. The Texas Star is the first element of the handgun section. Two down, 2 to go for the second of the snipers. And look at his breathing. Just goes to show you how tough it is on these guys. Raced up a flight of stairs, then must calm himself to take this distant shot, which he has done. And it seems Sharjah Police B team a little bit more strategic with regards to this multiple target section. He seems to be, well, they all seem to be taking it down in blocks of 4. little bit of a stumble as he came off the wooden wall, but that won't cost them anything in terms of time. And you see one of the assaulters there just looking up to see if he can see down that finish straight his sniper colleagues. There's one of them. They'll have to wait for the second of the snipers. And a sprint towards that finish line. Oh, you can see it on his face as he crosses over. 4:22.99 for Sharjah Police B team. Not anywhere near the fastest times that we've seen this morning, in the low threes. Like I said at a couple of junctures today, anything under 4 minutes, very respectable. Not just respectable, but very, very good indeed. And Sharjah Police B, like I said, finished day 2 in the runners-up spot to Akhmat of Russia. With that time, I don't think they will be finishing. In fact, they won't be finishing in the runners-up spot today, that's for sure. The runners-up spot that is currently occupied by the other B team, this time from the Dubai Police Department. And like I said, a flurry of strong sides going out at the moment as we approach midday. Next up, another of the Russian units, Vityaz. Their way to the start-finish line. All three Russian sides have had strong performances here this week. Both Vityaz, SOBR, and of course the aforementioned Akhmat team. Whistle goes. No problems for them getting into that first box. Unlike we saw from the Serbian outfit where a road bag was dropped. Straight through the box. And gloves on as they're going up the stairs, so Vityaz of Russia employing a slightly different technique, deciding to put the gloves on as they race up those flights of stairs instead of what we've seen from some teams, which is putting the gloves on as after they finish the first handgun challenge. Done and dusted. Efficient from the snipers. The third assaulter can't go until the first two have hit the ground and are out of the ropes, more importantly. Only then can the third assaulter descend. Meanwhile, the snipers are ascending. First two assaulters sprint down that long straight. This Texas Star is short range, but once it starts moving, it makes it a much more difficult target. The snipers have finished at the top of the tower. Which means they can start the journey home. This looks good from Vityaz of Russia. And they will come across the finish line just as their sniper colleagues head the other way. Oh, that's quick. That is quick, and the first team to break the 3-minute mark this Thursday morning. Vityaz of Russia, 2 minutes 58. They knock some 6 seconds off the 3:04 of the Akhmat team, also from Russia. Wow. Wow, that was good. That was very good. Brazilians will be watching on. They're up next. I wonder if they can see a clock in that holding area before they head towards the start finish. I wonder if they've seen that time from the Vityaz team, the Russian outfit. You can see them making their way behind there, blowing heavily, of course, as the temperatures rise here in the United Arab Emirates. (24 degrees centigrade). And the COT team from Brazil, the young boys in comparison to the boys that we saw from the Sao Paulo seniors earlier on. It was wonderfully cool this morning for the competitors. Bit of stretching, some warm-up. Getting hotter now though, and as you can see, the Brazilian team will be the 30th side to head out of the gate this morning. Still another 25 or so teams to go, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of temperature it is by the time we reach the final rounds of this challenge today. 25 at the moment. A little bit of breeze, but because of those big protective berms around the shooting ranges, it doesn't really come into play. Certainly here around the car park area. So no respite for all of those teams that are going out between now and the side drawn. 55 today. In fact, it's going to be the Iraqi counter-terrorism SWAT team who go out last today. Unfortunately for them, they went out 1st, I think it was, yesterday morning, so an early start and a late start. But it's the COT team of Brazil who are up next. And they're underway. The man in the middle had a couple of goes at that target, got it at the second attempt. Still okay though. Each element of this challenge can result in time delays. It's about getting through each aspect of today's tower attempt with minimal mistakes. And that's been the story of the week so far, that's for sure. There goes the first sniper round. Looks good. It is the specialist discipline being a sniper. But today's target's considerably further away than what we've witnessed in the first 3 days. Hooked on, thumbs up, which means he can now go. And a lot of teams having to set themselves, adjust, pack kit away or get other pieces of equipment out as they're running. Anything that just shaves off a few precious seconds as we see the Texas wheel being dispatched quite effectively by the Brazilian team. He's now joined by his colleague. And now they've got a full complement, all 3 assault team members, which means these targets should go down a lot quicker. Now it's just worth pointing out one of the rules, which is those boxes that we see regularly, whether it's the first challenge, the handgun element right at the beginning of this day 4, or whether it's the Texas wheel, or whether it's the multiple target setup. You're not allowed to take your weapon out of its holster until you're inside that box. In fact, it is a penalty if you do. It's a penalty if you touch the grip outside of that roped off box. Sometimes it's a painted box, of course. The weapon must not be touched outside of that box, as we see the sniper cross the line and just over the 4-minute mark for COT of Brazil, 4:09.87. So still a reasonable time for the younger of the Brazilian outfits. We are back to another of the Emirati sides that are contesting for the title here in the Uae Swat Challenge 2023. The Special Security Forces of the UAE are next up. The two team members wearing the helmets there that you see, they are the spotter, safety guys, squad members. They will be at the bottom of that tower to grab the rope and make sure they descend safely. Their colleagues. Thumbs up from the support team. And I think I said earlier that there is a lot of rivalry between these teams that are involved this week, but at the same time, a great spirit amongst them as well. It really does feel here at and around the village almost like any other big sporting event, such as the Olympics. Rivalry, but great competitive spirit as well, as we see the whistle go and the Special Security Forces team of the UAE make their way towards that first challenge. No problems whatsoever for those two. Did he just go over on his ankle a little bit there? There was a little wince of pain as that sniper made his way around the side of that building. It's loose gravel that they run on all the time in all of these challenges. However, that long sprint is on tarmac, and this is a little bit different from the Special Security Forces team. You see he has that rope ready to go over his shoulder and head, and just as he was sprinting up the stairs, taking it off. Anything to cut some time. There's one target still standing there from what I can see. Will that be a penalty? Well, you would think so. Missed target penalty is 30 seconds. As the snipers make their way up those flights of stairs. So as the assault team members come down, these snipers are on their way up to the top of that tower, where they will engage the long-range targets, of which there are 4, 2 each. Yeah, just as I thought, they've left one of those white targets behind, have the Special Security Forces snipers. So that will be 30 seconds to be added on. A puff of the cheeks. And then they just have to reset themselves at the top of this tower for what is the hardest sniper challenge of the week. The longest distance. One shot, one hit. 2 misses. What's all going wrong here? And that effort has been abandoned. They're packing up and going to make that journey back down to the base of the tower. Looking good though for the assault team. They finished off. A little stumble, but nothing that will cause too many problems to that clock. And they're jogging towards that finish line, not a sprint, because obviously at the moment they can't see. In fact, they're now walking towards the finish line. They cannot see their sniper colleagues yet. Here they come. So we'll have to wait for them anyway. That clock does not stop until 5 members of the team are over the line. Here comes the second of the snipers being clapped across the finish line from the Special Security Forces team of the UAE in 4:46.59. Oh, that's a magazine that has been dropped. That looks like the first range. It is the first of the 2 challenges for the snipers. The judges will pick that up, and that will incur a penalty. Equipment that's left behind. And there you see it, a magazine from one of the snipers has been left behind. So that will definitely incur a penalty. Next up, it's the Moroccans. Direction Générale de la Sûreté Nationale of Morocco. Just in discussion with the judge. The biggest violation penalty is 2.5 minutes. We saw a few of them on day 1 dropping a weapon or loss of control of a weapon. We saw a couple of weapons dropped as they sprinted towards the finish line. They are considered serious safety violations as the Moroccans get ready to go. The whistle blows and the Moroccans are away. Up that ramp, through the box window, mind your head. Only the spotters, the safety guy squad members on the ground at the base of that tower wear helmets on this day 4 challenge. Not happy with the, I was going to say, I thought he was not happy with the calibration of that sight, but it seems the round of ammunition wasn't chambered properly. And here come the assaulters. Trip. Just makes it inside that second window. I thought he'd gone a little bit too far. He had to clamber back in to grab the rope and ring the bell. He's wincing. I hope he didn't hurt himself in the process, but getting it right, letting enough rope go so that you come inside. You can see it there, the bottom of those 2 windows. And this team member just taking it a lot slower. I think that first assaulter had just gone a little bit too far and almost made it impossible for himself to get back up and in that window. Fine margins here at the Uae Swat Challenge 2023, and that's what it's all about, not just the clock. Those fine margins which can result in errors and subsequent penalties. See how difficult that Texas Star is to hit once it starts moving. A very easy target, a close target. Pretty simple for these guys when it's stationary, but once it starts moving, that's when the problems occur. And talking of problems, this is what's caused the majority of problems for the snipers this week. This long-range shot from the top of the tower. That's a miss. Both these snipers opting for single rounds of ammunition. Chambering each one individually rather than a magazine. Well, I think that cause has been abandoned by the first of the Moroccan snipers. He certainly hadn't hit any of his targets. As we see the assaulters make their way back down the start-finish straight. And this is the first of the snipers. Maybe we'll get a look at that long-range challenge for the snipers again. He's the second of the snipers. Another one struggling with that O.J. Simpson glove. Now that safety mechanism is not in place, not to the satisfaction of the rope judge, that's for sure. So make sure he does it up, and quite correctly so. Four are across the line, they're waiting for the fifth. And he finishes to join his teammate. 6:35 for the Moroccan side. It's the turn of Pakistan now, the Police Special Security Unit. Their attempt at today's Day 4 challenge, the Tower Assault. Sniper's already on his way. Talking with some of the organisers and judges earlier on this morning before this Day 4 challenge got going. They're telling me that keeping the team unit together as much as possible is usually an easy sign that it's going to be a good attempt and a good time. Once you start seeing team members stringing out and becoming disjointed, it's quite often not a positive sign. However, saying that, we have seen some of the teams employing specific strategies over the course of the week where you want to get one man in place to do one particular job, which maybe takes a bit more time. We've certainly seen that in the handgun section, haven't we? Where one of the assaulters will take on the Texas Star. He races on ahead and does that. There were still a few targets out there waiting to be hit for the Pakistani snipers. Remember, this sniper challenge of the year on day 4 is the easier of the two. No limits to ammunition today, it's just what you can carry. Unlike in previous days, where there have been strict limits to the rounds allowed for each of the tasks, and for each of the team members as well, of course. The Texas Star has been dealt with. 2 assaulters are now in the multiple target box. And that poses a very interesting problem in itself, doesn't it? With there being no limits on ammunition, how much do you carry as an individual? Well, that depends on how confident you are in your accuracy. If you believe you're not going to hit all of your targets first time, then you have to carry more rounds, which means more magazines, which of course in turn means more weight. And that means more potential problems. Underneath the ping pong table, and the assault team members will sprint towards that finish line. What's happening with the snipers? They were struggling. We saw earlier on the assaulters, no doubt that they will cross the finish line first. In fact, the snipers nowhere to be seen at the moment. They are top of that tower. You know what? Whilst watching them, especially from this position at the top of the tower, I'm finding myself holding my own breath. The tension that there must be up there, this long-range challenge. Well, they've clearly had a discussion, and after struggling on the close-range challenge, which is at the bottom of this tower, they've decided to abandon 3 out of those 4 targets, which will of course mean 3 target misses and 1.5 minutes of time to be added on in penalties. They can descend. Meanwhile, the assaulters have been waiting some time for their colleagues to come down the side of that tower. Good camaraderie there from the Pakistani police unit. And across the finish line, the police special security unit of Pakistan. And I didn't get to see their time, but it was slow. 6:30.60, not the slowest we've seen today. here are the ladies of Dubai Police C team. What a week they've had. Superb performance, in my opinion. I think the thing that has impressed me the most about the Dubai Police C team, the Dubai Police ladies team, has been their communication and coordination. We saw yesterday when they were lifting the 120 kg tyre, how many teams struggled with that just to get it off the ground in unison, but the ladies did not attempt to begin the lift until all four of them were ready, and that's what's served them so well during the course of this week. They've been getting better and better as the week has gone on. 14th on day one in the standings, 10th, 2, 6th. They finished day 3, and overall they lie in 5th. And when you think about 55 teams from 28 countries involved this year in the Uae Swat Challenge, to be 5th out of those 55 teams, wow. Wow, that's good. And plenty of support as well they have had. I would say the two most popular teams amongst the public this week have been the Sao Paulo Seniors from Brazil, the old guys, and the Dubai Police Ladies team, C team. Who, in terms of the overall standings before today's Tower Challenge, were in front of the Dubai Police A team in the table. The Dubai Police B team, of course, the men, they were second in the standings today, and it's been a close run thing between them and the Akhmat team of Russia. You'd have to say at the moment it looks like those two sides that are going to be battling it out for the title this year. Unless something special happens either today, well, it would have to be today and tomorrow. Two first place finishes by one of the others could certainly upset the standings at the end of this day 4 challenge. And for all of the teams, not just the ladies of Dubai Police C team, but as we have crossed midday and the temperatures are rising, all of the teams from, well, I'd have to say probably halfway through, and certainly probably from 11 o'clock this morning, as the temperatures have risen, it's become a lot harder because today's challenge includes a lot more physicality to it. So it's much tougher for all of the teams that are going out in this, the heat of the afternoon. The last time I looked, it was 25 degrees centigrade. Not much in the way of wind. That little sign on the front of the bulletproof vest that you could see part off there says, "I am special." They certainly are. If ever there was a lesson in being not about the biggest but the best, then the Dubai Police C team have delivered that lesson and that message this week. Something I certainly believe in. Don't be the biggest, be the best. Here we are on the outskirts of Dubai in the United Arab Emirates for the 2023 challenge. I do believe this is the arrival of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Coming to observe today and join all the others who are here to witness this, the 4th edition of the Uae Swat Challenge. And His Highness Sheikh Hamdan being greeted there, of course, by Lieutenant General Abdullah Khalifa Al-Mari, the Commander-in-Chief of Dubai Police, and Major General Abdullah Ali Al-Ghaiti, the Assistant Commander-in-Chief for Operations. And they will get a quick explanation of today's Day 4 challenge. And a little walkthrough as well. His Highness Sheikh Hamdan, a sharp shot himself, sharp shooter. So he will no doubt take great interest in the techniques and the challenges of here, Day 4, the tower event of the Uae Swat 2023. How momentous it is that he is here at this moment to witness the attempt of the Dubai Police ladies, the C team, as they have a crack at this Day 4 challenge. Like I said, just a reminder that in the overall standings, the ladies are currently 5th as we enter Day 4. And I think the most important thing to point out, I'm looking at the table as it is right now, and out of the top 5 sides in the overall standings, the Dubai ladies are the only ones so far this week not to have a time penalty. The whistle blows and they're off. First challenge. All 5 must be in the box. Handguns only. And this is where the group splits into 2. The sniper pair make their way around the bottom of the tower, whilst the other 3 assaulters up onto that ramp on the roof of the SWAT truck through the box window. And then it's a sprint up the stairs, which is not easy when you're carrying all that equipment. Now, whilst they are doing that and they are ascending the tower, the 2 snipers down, prepped, ready for what are 6 targets, 3 apiece. Just to remind you, they are not allowed to engage each other's targets. Each sniper can take on 3. Ring that bell. First 2 assaulters come down that wall. A 3rd will follow shortly after. And this is where they begin that long sprint down the road as we see the two snipers who have completed the first of the sniper challenges. They will now race up those stairs. Remember, they are coming in from the ground floor, unlike the assaulters who come in from the top of that SWAT truck. It's a long way up. Here are the first of the assault team underneath the ping pong table. Up and over the wooden wall. Now they take on the Texas Star, as it's called. Looking good. Whilst they are doing that, the sniper pairing are at the top of the tower and taking on the tougher of the two sniper challenges. One of them has completed their 2 targets. And this is where the teamwork comes in. Just keep a close eye on this. You can see that one of the snipers has finished and she's just giving a few tips to her colleague. Whether it's calibration or just telling her all 4 of those targets are down, so the snipers can start to begin their journey back towards the finish line as we see the assault team going over the final wooden wall. This looks very efficient, slick and quick. As the 3 assaulters make their way back across that finish line, and now they will watch on as their sniper colleagues make their way down the tower. And from now on, it's a sprint to the finish for the Dubai Police C team. Being cheered on all the way and crossing the line. And that's a very, very good time indeed. Breathing heavy at the end of that very physically challenging attempt for the Dubai Police ladies, the C team. And like I said at the beginning, even harder in this midday heat. Targets engaged though, no target penalties for the ladies. Did they pick up any other penalties? We'll wait and see, find out from the judges once they assess it. And I really, really hope that they don't, because they've had such a clean week so far, the Dubai Police ladies. Like I said at the beginning, penalty free up until today, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed that they finish this tower assault challenge on day 4 penalty free as well, because if they got to the end of the week without penalties, wow, that would be some achievement from the Dubai Police ladies. These courses, remember, and challenges are set up to force mistakes from these teams. The whistle blows Abu Dhabi Police A team are next up. The current holders of the Uae Swat Challenge, Abu Dhabi Police. Their title at the moment just slipping away slightly. Akhmat of Russia have been so strong this week and strong again today as well. They are the current leaders, overall leaders. And we've talked all week, haven't we, with team members, with team coaches, and here in the commentary box about how important strategy is, and it was something that the Abu Dhabi Police got right last year. They didn't finish any of the challenges in first, but because they managed to keep being at the top of the table, there or thereabouts each day, kept amassing points, and by the end of the week they had the highest tally of points, and that's what sealed them the crown last year, the 2022 title. There goes the bell. So the Abu Dhabi Police A team, the assault team, are on their way towards that handgun box. Handgun section, sorry. Making their way into the box. And Texas style. Looking good. All three members up and over the green wall. And now it's about dropping all of those white plates as quickly as possible. An issue there, I think, with chambering of one of the rounds. We saw earlier on today the Abu Dhabi Police B team going out. They finished in a time of 4 minutes and 14. But without penalties, so very good indeed from them. Their colleagues, no doubt, will be hoping to better that. From where the assault team is, they cannot see the clock. And like I've said all week, there are so many competitions within this competition. Inter-country rivalries, and they're going to cross the line at almost the same time. That looks good. That looks good. .32.19 for the Abu Dhabi Police A team, which means they've bettered their colleagues from the same department by quite a distance. 4:14 was how the B team finished earlier on today. With His Highness Sheikh Hamdan. Smiles all round. I can see some of the Moroccan team members there and some of the members of the Bahraini team. And just 4 of the Uae Swat Challenge. Vitiaz, the only team to break the 3-minute mark today. Wow. 2:58, no penalties. Closely followed by another of the teams. Oh, look at that. Little cute boy. Followed by their, as I was saying, followed by Akhmat, their fellow countryman who did it in 3:04 and current leaders in the overall standings of the UAE SWAT Challenge 2023. Dubai Police B team. They currently lie in third, 3:17. The Bulgarian SWAT team came in 3:18. Despite coming in a superb time of 3:20, the SAJ team from Serbia, as we see Wolfhound get underway. That penalty cost them so whilst the pictures are being taken, Wolfhound of Armenia are and their teams split into two units, of course, like all of them. The snipers make it off in one direction, the assaulters in another. Well, we heard the first of the sniper shots from the Armenian outfit. What a fabulous photo with the Lady Dubai Police C team. Armenia making their way down that long straight. See they're sprinting at the back, the third member of the assault team. Whilst they're doing that, of course, in that handgun section, the snipers are active on the tower. As you see the Armenian team move into position to start dropping those multiple targets. The quicker they can do that, quicker they can make their way back over that final obstacle under the ping pong table and back towards the start-finish line. They can assist each other. That's the difference today in comparison to previous days. It is not a designated set of targets for each individual. It's just about getting them all down as quickly as possible, and no limitation to the amount of ammunition that you can use. UAE SWAT Challenge. will be the turn of Ras Al Khaimah Police. RAC Police are underway. Watched on closely by the judge. It's not just about the targets, it's about safety as well. As one of the snipers peels away to the right-hand side, he has to run round the base of that tower. Getting through that box window with his rope bag. I think it was the Serbian team, wasn't it, that strap came undone. He dropped his rope bag before he even got onto the assault truck. I can only see one rope there. Here is the second of the assaulters. He eventually gets his rope down, and the rope judge on the right hand side, his job is to make sure that when that rope bag is thrown out the window and down, that the rope is not tangled in any way, shape or form. Anything that could provide a safety hazard. There's another of the RAC Police assaulters. Makes his way towards the handgun section. One of his colleagues is already in there. And where my commentary box is located, I can hear that bell being rung. It's the third and final of the dings has just gone, which means the third and final member of the assault team. Is heading out of the tower. Oh, this star is proving problematic. Helped out by his colleague to finish that job. All of that kit hangs heavy in the midday sun here in Dubai. This looks good. Certainly with regards to this member on the right hand side. He's going to now go and help out a little bit down. Remember, they can move within that box, but every time they go past another team member, the weapon must be holstered and safe. As we see the first of the snipers cross that finish line from Rack Police. The assaulters now are making their way back. Fitness, stamina, strength, all of the above. You can see signs of sweat on their head as they cross the finish line. In fact, do I count only 4 team members? Am I? Yes, there's one still to come. Well, I thought that was everyone, but no. Here comes the 5th and final team member, and only now can that clock stop. 4:41 dead for Rack Police. So clearly a bit of a delay there for the Northern Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah. And taking their place on the start line, the Amiri Guard B team. And there's a fabulous shot of all of the equipment that these guys have to carry. You can see gloves poking out of one pocket, magazine with ammunition in the other. The snipers, of course, they do not get involved in that handgun section, the second handgun section. They are, of course, are involved in the first of the 2 handgun sections, but they don't have to carry as much handgun ammunition as their colleagues in the assault team. I'd love to be a fly in the wall in the locker room when they make that decision around how much ammunition they take. Because like I say, if you feel that you are the best shot and you're not going to miss, then surely you just need the required amount for the targets presented on each day of this competition. But there's confidence and then there's overconfidence. So you're always going to have some extra. But what is the definition of the sun? Yeah, first of the assaulters is at the top of that tower after they've climbed those 4 flights of stairs. Meanwhile, the snipers undertake the first of the 2 sniper challenges. All 3 targets engaged by one of the 2 snipers. The other is still struggling as we hear the bell go for the first. Is that the first of the assault team? Or the second? It's the first. Now this is strategic. All of the teams will have thought about who goes out first. You want arriving the assault team members at the handgun section with your best shooters, your most accurate shooters, so he can get going on that Texas Star first. You definitely want, coming out of the tower, your best marksman, and best markswoman, of course. Let's see if this is the best marksman from the Amiri Guard B team. A moving target, always difficult to hit even from this range, but he does finally clear the start. Whilst he waits for his colleagues to arrive, he's already underway. At this particular point, the snipers are at the top of the tower, taking on the longer range targets. That's a miss. But you can see them discussing with each other the various elements that go into being effective at this particular target. And having to judge that distance, I think I said earlier on, it's approximately 300 meters, maybe a bit more. And the snipers are still at the top of that tower as the assaulters make their way back across the finish line. But I don't think have the snipers finished. I'm not so sure. The assaulters are making their way over the finish line. I have to wait, and I think it could be a... I've just heard another shot go off from one of the Amiri Guard B snipers, so they are still on top of that tower. Remember, yeah, they've decided to throw in the towel, leaving 3 targets out there. So they are going to take the penalties, 3 target miss penalties by my reckoning, and then now they will descend that assault tower. Here they come. Oh, we saw one of the snipers actually go through that lower window. I think that was just by accident. He didn't have to do that as they begin their sprint towards that finish where their assault team colleagues are giving them encouragement, and they cross the line. 6.5 minutes. 6:26.06 for the Amiri Guard B team. And I'm sure their focus was their colleagues and rivals today, of course, and rivals all this week as well. The Amiri Guard A team. They didn't come anywhere near the A team with that time of 6:26. The A team, they came in 5:19. Picked up only 1 minute of time penalties.
All teams need to be reporting to the weapons area. Get up. Number 41, RNP SWAT Team 2, Rwanda. Number 42, Royal Special Forces.
So that will be talked about when they get back and debrief. I can't stress enough, having spoken to a few team members over the course of this week, how that competitive rivalry within departments plays such a huge part. It's all in good fun, of course, it's all in good spirits, except when it comes to that clock. And here comes the third and final of the Russian teams, SOBR. They came in second on day 2, SOBR. Second quickest time of the day, just behind Dubai Police B team. No penalties. And I talk about that insider rivalry. They will be looking, and they will have seen actually their colleagues and fellow countrymen from Russia go out this morning. Akhmat obviously very early, and then a short while ago Vitiaz, who now top the table for today's challenge. Can SOBR of Russia also break that 3-minute mark that only one team has done today, and that's the Vitiaz team? One member there seems to be struggling very slow. Is it just with that glove, or has he hurt himself in the process? I don't know. Probably is not that important. He can take his time up the stairs, because he would have to wait anyway for those two team members there to throw their rope bags out of the tower and descend. So this is where just, ooh, he's landed heavily. Landed very heavily indeed. That SOBR team member on the right-hand side seems to be okay though. And the thing is, we've seen so many times this week where one of the team members being hurt, an injury, an ankle twist, something like that. The adrenaline is flowing at this stage, and quite often the pain doesn't really kick in until a little bit later, usually when they cross the finish line. So the first 6 targets have been dispatched. The snipers are now top of the tower, ready to engage the other 4, 2 apiece. One team member assigned to the Texas Star. They are done and dusted. This looks good. This looks very good from SOBR of Russia. They have their sights on their fellow countrymen from Russia's times and targets. The snipers are down and racing towards that finish line, as are the assault team. They are done and dusted. This could be very quick indeed for SOBR of Russia. They're being cheered on by the snipers as they cross that finish line. Oh, a little bit of confusion. Oh, did that cost them? I think one of the assault team members thought that he'd already crossed the line, and that's why he slowed down. 3:04. Oh, you can see there in the top right corner of your screen there are 2 finish lines painted on that road. And I think he slowed down. There you see, there's one of them. He slowed down, I think, on the first of those finish lines. That, by the way, is a finish line for one of the other challenges that has taken place this week, but I don't think he realized that he still had another, what was it, 10 meters to go. Still very, very quick indeed by the SOBR team of Russia. And just to remind you that Akhmat, team of Russia, they finished in 3:04 dead, so SOBR, there was an opportunity there for the other Russian team, for SOBR to just pip the Akhmat team and beat the time of 3:04. But that little bit of confusion right at the finish line and not knowing where today's challenge ended exactly has cost them split seconds. And if that round was penalty free, it would have meant that they would have been second in the standings today, sandwiched between Vitiaz of Russia and the aforementioned Akhmat team of Russia. Love to be listening in on that discussion when it comes to the debrief. So day 4 of the Uae Swat Challenge. The 3 Russian teams are through. Just a reminder, there are 55 teams, but a number of countries with multiple entries. And yeah, just to confirm, SOBR, they were penalty free, but that little bit of confusion, that slowing down across what one of the assault team members thought was the finish line, when actually it was a little bit further on. It was approximately 10 meters further on, meant that they finished in 3:04.48. Oh, he will be kicking himself. He will be kicking himself when he has looked back at this. Remember, these guys, after exerting all that energy and the fatigue, everything thrown into that mix emotionally, when they cross that finish line, the first thing they're doing is catching their breath, not looking at the clock. But now, no doubt he will be told that even though Akhmat of Russia finished in 3:04 dead, that his little error just before the finish line meant they were pipped by their fellow countrymen. Right now it's the turn of Sharjah Police A team. They are 3rd in the overall standings, and so far this week they've only picked up a minute's worth of penalties. They finished yesterday, day 3. In 4th did Sharjah Police, the A team, beaten by their colleagues, the B team, finished in 2nd. In fact, Sharjah A had a good running on day 1 as well. They were 3rd. So I imagine the target for Sharjah Police A team will be somewhere in that top 3 today. They'll have their sights set on breaking up this little clutch of Russian units that are all together at the top of the standings at the moment. I beg your pardon. 1, 2 and 3. Can the Sharjah Police A team split them? Well, at the moment, one of them are having an issue with that clasp. Can't get his rope bag off. He's getting a bit of assistance, and this could be valuable time that's lost. Eventually that rope bag goes out of the window. A little bit of a delay. For the second of the assaulters. Oh, almost missed grabbing a hold of that rope. They are in and out of that lower floor window so quickly. So easy for mistakes to be made. Finally, he's sprinting down the road to join his colleague. Meanwhile, the 2 snipers, they're going pretty smoothly at the moment as well. They are now top of the tower and in place, ready to tackle these long-range targets. All 4 of them, 2 each. As the first assaulter arrives in the box to take on the Texas Star. One down. I've heard 2 shots go from the top of the tower. That's 3. You can see the cry of frustration. 4 shots, only 1 hit from that sniper. This is good. This is very good. Oh, it's like watching Call of Duty. Not when I'm playing, of course. The assaulters up and over the wood wall. Oh, they've got a little bit lost here. The Sharjah Police A team, they need to go under that ping pong table. Some confusion there. They were heading off in another direction. Still one of those long-range targets still to be dropped by the snipers. In fact, have they abandoned it? There's certainly one of the Sharjah Police A-team snipers coming down the side of that tower. I can't see the other one. There is the other one. So target left behind. That would be a missed penalty of 30 seconds for Sharjah Police A-team, as the second of the snipers comes across the line across the 4-minute mark. 4:14.02. That will definitely not put them in amongst the top 3, and it definitely won't split the Russian sides today, that's for sure. Well, I've had a good showing on the first 3 days, Sharjah Police A team, but not today. And then, of course, that time penalty to be added on as well for the missed target on the sniper range.
Touch Obsession. Give it all I got. Gotta fight, no, I won't stop. Taking no chances. It's the final shot to come alive and reach the top. It's the Uae Swat challenge, hosted by Dubai police. This is an emergency. Don't stand in my way.
Next up on this day 4 challenge is the Special Operations Group of Kenya. Both the Kenyan teams this week have had pretty strong showings. They go on the whistle and into the handgun box. Remember, they can't take their handgun out until all 5 members are in the box. They can leave individually if they please. Climbing the ladder assault truck up the ramp through the box window. I haven't seen anyone better 3 flights or 3 steps at a time going up those flights of stairs yet anyway. As the assault team sprint to their position where they will hook up to come out that top window that you can see there now. They have to then go into the next one down, ring the bell. Oh, that's good from the snipers. Very effective. You've seen gardening gloves. I think they're baking mitts, are they not? That the Kenyan team are wearing. I saw my mother use something like that to take cakes out of the oven. They won't be able to operate their handguns with those mitts. As the first 2 members of the assault team sprint into the handgun section. This is a great angle to give you a perspective of what's required and what the layout of the course is. But they're going pretty good at the moment, the Kenyans. I've just heard the 3rd bell go as the first 2 assault team members arrive at the Texas Star. And the snipers are now up on the roof. We've heard 2 shots so far. 3, 4, but only 1 target. Still 3 to go down. There's 2. 2 out of 4. 2 more to go. It's a miss. 3 down, 1 left. Are they abandoning it? Are they leaving a target out there, the Kenyans? Back over the wooden wall. Under the ping pong table, and that sprint for home. Here are the snipers coming out. I would like to get another look at that range. I think they left that target, the Special Operations Group Kenyan snipers. They've opted for speed. Maybe they are happy to take that 30-second penalty rather than wait. Like I say, everything is strategic as the final sniper crosses the line. Not under the 4-minute mark, but still pretty decent. 4:10.32 for the Special Operations Group of Kenya.
Like an obsession, give it all I got. Gotta fight, no, I won't stop. Taking no chances. It's the final shot to come alive and reach the top. It's the Uae Swat challenge, hosted by Dubai Police. This is an emergency. Don't stand in my way. I take pleasure from pain. Won't bring my armor down. Nothing can defeat me now.
So the second of the Rwandan teams are about to get underway here at the UAE SWAT Challenge. False start, almost. I thought the whistle had gone as well. And they sprint towards first of the handgun challenges. This is SWAT Team 2 from Rwanda. SWAT Team 1, they finished the course today. They went out earlier on in 4 minutes 11.61, so 4:11 is the target for Team 2. Also penalty free as well, SWAT Team 1. A great aerial shot. You can see the snipers ready in the first of those ranges at the top of your screen. 6 targets in total, 3 each. The first sniper is done. He can pack up, dismantle. Meanwhile, as he makes his way to the base of the tower, the assault team, or the first 2 members of the assault team, are coming down from the top of the tower. That's a very rapid sprint. The drone camera is struggling to keep up. Maybe one day we will see a couple of these challenges in the Olympics. It really is great entertainment for us neutrals, isn't it? I know that these guys take it very, very seriously. But for us, oh, it's fun. And I don't know why, but I do get a lot more pleasure out of seeing the errors. That's cruel, isn't it? Maybe I'm just that type of person. I couldn't do any better. I could hit any of these targets from 1 yard, never mind 10 yards. The snipers are up at the top of the tower now. This is a much trickier challenge, but they're doing good so far. .411, remember, the time to beat for Team 2. That's what their colleagues clocked a little bit earlier on. Here come the snipers. This looks good, by the way. This looks pretty good from the Rwandan SWAT Team 2. The assault team waiting to welcome across the finish line the snipers. Remember, 4:11 to beat. Oh, they've done it as well. They've done it. 4:07.53 from Team 2 of Rwanda. They've beaten their compatriots by a good 4 seconds. High fives, back slaps all round for them. But like I said earlier, great team spirit. Now the question I've got is, does Team 2 become Team 1? Now that they've finished quicker? I don't know. Subject to penalty count, of course, but with regard to that clock time, Team 2 has come across the finish quicker than Team 1. And Team 1, by the way, were penalty free. So, I'll wait to confirm that for you. By the way, can I just say I've never met Judge John. He's one of these 25 guys in red. Mr. Al-Zahawi is one of the judges, but he's not Judge John. Jamal Al-Zahabi that we're looking at there now. Give us a wave, Jamal. He's too focused. These are the guys that get referred to when the penalties are picked out. And if they're challenged, of course, by the way. You're not allowed to argue with the judges. As we see the Special Forces team of Bahrain. It's their turn, of course, now. And we had the team commander from Bahrain here in the commentary box a little bit earlier on. The whistle blows and they're off. And he was talking about the difficulty of being one of the late starters. How the temperature, which I think is now at about 26 degrees centigrade, can affect performance. So that was something that he pointed out. through the box windows. Still 2 stairs at a time. Who's going to live dangerously and race up those 4 flights 3 at a time or more? I'm going to speak to the judges. There should be points for that. As the organisers have discussed all week, it's about presenting as many challenges as possible to the teams that are out there. 3 good hits. Is the rogue judge happy with that clasp? As we see the first of the snipers make his way into the building. Worth repeating that he has to come from the ground up 4 flights of stairs and then get into position for the second of those sniper challenges. There goes the bell. Here comes another of the assault team members. He is off and running. Now you just saw, you caught a glimpse there of him clutching at his webbing, at his body armor. They have pockets in them, of course. I think he probably just felt that something may have fallen out or was about to. That's why we saw him clutch at it. The magazines, of course, for the handguns. No limit to the amount of action that these guys can take today. Those who are working on the handgun section. Well, those 4 targets were dispatched with ease by the Special Forces snipers of Bahrain. Texas Star is done. And the Bahraini Special Forces deciding to use a different strategy and go at opposite ends. We've seen a mix of both really throughout the course of the day so far. Some starting in the middle and working outwards, others starting at the ends and working inwards. Oh, he's struggling to get his magazine out. Is that team member just delayed things a little bit. Oh, lost time with that final plate being dropped. I think 2 of the assault team members, as we see one of the snipers cross the line, I think 2 of them thought that their colleague had it in the bag, so to speak, left them to it, and he struggled a bit to finish it off. As here comes the second of the snipers. Snipers first across the line for the Bahrain team. Here come the assaulters. 4 minutes 38 seconds for the Special Forces team of Bahrain. Hands on the knees, gulping in precious breaths of air. Now you and I who are watching at home may feel like 3 or 4 minutes is nothing. Goes by in a flash, the time it takes you probably to have a cup of chai, boil the kettle. Well, trust me, when it comes to this competition, it feels like an eternity for those guys out there. especially when you can see that finish line in sight. Carrying all that equipment, having just completed all of the physical and technical challenges. And sometimes it can feel like that finish line is getting further away, not nearer. Now it's the turn of the Serbian gendarmerie. Taking their positions on the start-finish line. Five individual targets for this first challenge. Dispatched with ease.
Okay, Serbia now.
One of two Serbian teams entered in this year's SWAT challenge. SAJ Serbia, they've had a really good showing this week. Fourth standings ahead of and their fellow countrymen. SAJ of Serbia finished this tower assault challenge 3 minutes 20.21, so as they're currently lying in ninth, the Serbian gendarmerie will be having an eye on that as the target. Now the snipers can enter the tower. Is already in the handgun section. Will they take on this Texas Star together? Yes, they do. Some teams have opted for an individual effort on the Texas Star Challenge. Others deciding that the team effort is that's a miss. As is that. It's 3 targets still standing for the snipers on the top of the tower. 2 down. Now you can see how sniper number 1 there, he's finished, he's completed his task, but he just remained in position there to give a little bit of help, a little bit of advice to his colleague who was struggling to hit his 2 targets, as we see the assaulters head across the finish line. They can now relax. These guys can't yet, they're not done. We didn't see that long-range challenge. A couple of more O.J. Simpson moments. Even held his hand in the air with the glove on it as if to prove himself innocent. Yeah, how many teams have as we see the snipers race towards the finish line in a very healthy 4:10. Not quite as good as the 3:20 of their countrymen of the SAJ unit. Commander dishing out the praise for the Serbian gendarmerie team that have just finished their attempt here on this day 4 of the Uae Swat Challenge, the 4th edition. And whilst I just chuckle to myself at the numerous O.J. Simpson moments at the top of that tower, as various team members during the course of the day have struggled with getting their gloves on. I think it is worth pointing out that the teams do select their own kit and equipment and weapons, except for those who have not brought their own guns. Approximately half, I'm told by the organisers, half of the teams did elect not to bring their own weapons, whether it be handguns, whether it be snipers, rifles. And having talked to some of the team members, as we see Federa police line up on the start-finish line, quite a few members of teams and coaches as well have said when it comes to the handguns, it's not as important as it is for the snipers, who are very, very particular about the type of weapon. More importantly, as we heard yesterday, of course, the type of sight, the buttress, the stock, if you like, the cheek rest, all of these things play a part in the comfort of the snipers, who are specialists. And they are being tested today like no other day, the snipers. One of the team members there carrying his rope bag. Is that a similar situation to what we saw earlier on when one of the Serbian team members, the other Serbian team member from SAJ, dropped his rope bag at the beginning as he's strapping? As that strap, yeah, you can see it there, can't you? The strap has come loose again, and it just makes it a little bit more awkward to get up that ramp, through the box window, up the stairs for that particular team member from Federa Police on this occasion, but we saw it earlier on, didn't we? And those are the little things that can just result in precious seconds being lost here at the Uae Swat Challenge. I've heard one shot. Has a target been dropped? Looks like it, yes. He's got a little bit of a problem with that magazine. Decides to pop it out, put it back in again. we see the first of the assaulters come down. There goes the bell. These guys taking on challenges as we see one of the Fajera police snipers make his way into the base of that tower to start to ascend these stairs. These challenges are more than you or I will ever do during the course of a day, and remember, this is day 4 of 5, so every day different set of challenges, including physical and technical. Biggest challenge I face in the commentary box is I'm joined by a mosquito that I can feel but can't see. Different worlds, eh? First up to the Texas Star. Well, not a great start. Now they're underway. And just remember, the purpose of this challenge is as the wheel turns, it becomes harder to hit. So if you can't hit whilst it's stationary at the beginning, you're certainly going to struggle when it starts moving. Now this, talk of challenges, this is by far and away the stiffest challenge that all of the snipers have faced this week from every single team. It's hard whilst you're watching your screen to get a gauge of the distance that they're operating from. Those two snipers top of the tower, that's a long, long way away. To get some context on how far away those 4 targets are for the snipers. This is better though. Oh, just toppled over. And you can see on the left-hand side the 3rd red pole in that has the only standing disc there. It's been hit but not knocked off, so just to remind you, the target must fall flat or fall off. Now they have a problem because that target is side on, which becomes harder to hit, but he has got it. Even if they hit it, but it remains standing, it's classed as a target miss, and therefore a 30-second penalty. As the assaulters make their way back round towards that finish line. What a wonderfully smooth running gait. Looks so relaxed, doesn't he? Could be a long distance runner in the Olympics. As we see the snipers cross the line now, someone has dropped a piece of equipment. There's no penalty for the drop, but there is a penalty if you cross the line. When the 5th team member crosses the line, as he now has, 542.51, so very close for Fajera Police that he went back and retrieved that item. I didn't see what it was. Was it a magazine, perhaps? We've seen quite a few magazines drop today, but they can go back and retrieve it only if the 5th and final team member has not crossed the finish line. So was that a situation rescued by Fajera Police? Maybe. Maybe. Special Battalion 83 of Bahrain are next on the start line. They will have seen their compatriots go a little bit earlier on, the Special Forces team of Bahrain. Those of you who are watching elsewhere in the world, welcome to the United Arab Emirates, welcome to Dubai. And thank you for joining us. Some of you, will be joining us first thing in the morning, especially those in Latin America and North America. We've seen the Orlando Police team go already. 2 teams from the USA. Today the second team, the NYPD, New York Police Department. They are still to go. They're one of the last ones out this afternoon. Again, I can feel the shudder through the walls of my commentary box. They are obviously big bore guns. Have a bit of a kick. But the other side of that, of course, that's the positive. The negative is, when it comes to the physical elements, those big guns have got to be carried up those 4 flights of stairs, 4 floors, split into 8 flights. Irrespective of been saying, I think most of the morning, 4 flights when I meant 4 floors. Makes it sound easy, doesn't it? Believe me, it's not. Three out of 5. Can he finish it off? Snipers are now in place at the top of that tower that you've just seen for this long-range challenge. I think there you can see how difficult it is. 1 shot away, a miss already from the Special Battalion 83 of Bahrain. They're going good though. Knocking over those white plates quite nicely. Almost done. Team member on the end there is struggling though. Is he going to help out? Has a look. No need. Oh, little stumble. That won't affect things though. The assaulters have crossed the finish line. Now the snipers jump out of that top floor window of the assault tower. No need for them to ring the bell, of course. And they will go and join their colleagues at the finish line for the Special Battalion 83 of Bahrain. They've crossed the 5-minute mark. Now they can catch their breath. Greeted by their colleagues from the Special Forces of Bahrain, of course. All the teams, I'm told, staying in the same hotel for this year's challenge. Wouldn't you like to be at breakfast when they all walk in? See the temperature rising here in the desert of Dubai. 27 degrees centigrade. And I have noticed the time's getting a little bit slower. Wind speed, nothing to talk about, not in comparison to the first day or the first 2 days of this week, where it was over the 20 kilometer an hour mark. Humidity, yeah, not bad. My commentary box, nice and warm and cozy. First thing this morning when it was only 15 degrees centigrade is now becoming a sauna. I need a towel. Here's the Rania team of Albania. Just loosening up. Few nerves, of course, as they get ready to go. And there's another shot, a fabulous shot of all the kit. You can see magazines there, the gloves we've talked about, required for that fast roping down the side of the tower. Also in there the clasps, ring hooks for the ropes, and the magazines. Number of magazines for the handgun challenges that are numerous. Multiple targets in today's challenge. And probably just see, if you've been watching this over the last few days, they raise both hands in the air before and after firing their weapon, and that's just to make it very clear. It's all about safety. Make it very clear to the judges that the weapon has been holstered and is therefore safe. Snipers are down in position. I can only count 5 targets there, but I think there are actually 6. One is just out of shot. Both snipers electing to work from the outside in. No, he's not. Gone for either side. Sniper on the right. One is done. Dismantles his tripod. Second sniper now finished. Major General Abdullah Ali Al-Ghaiti, the Assistant Commander-in-Chief for Operations, waiting to receive more dignitaries as we see two of the Albanian assault team members sprinting down that start-finish straight towards the handgun section. His Highness Sheikh Saif bin Zayed, the Minister of the Interior, arriving to watch the proceedings. Of course, the Albanian team. And he will be guided, of course, by Lieutenant General Abdullah Khalid Al-Mari, the Commander-in-Chief of Dubai Police, who will just talk him through the various elements of today's Assault Tower Challenge. And the assault team from Albania are currently out in that handgun section and are now starting to drop those white targets. Up and over that wooden wall. And I can hear the snipers still at the top of the tower, so without question the assault team will cross that finish line first. Whilst the one of the snipers has clearly finished off his brace of targets. The other still out on that platform at the top of this tower, looking to finish off his set of targets. And here comes the second of the snipers from the Rainier team of Albania. And he will now descend. The final team member, the fifth team member of Albania. Now sprinting towards that finish line, being encouraged by those two safety men, and he crosses the line. 5 minutes 40 seconds, .22. The number 1 team from Uzbekistan are heading towards the start line now. And they are underway. So the 2 snipers in position for the first of the 2 sniper challenges. 6 targets in total, 3 each. It's a miss. The first hit for the Uzbeki snipers. 2 down now, 4 to go. We can hear that bell ringing from the first of the 3 assaulters. The third man still up there. There are only 2 ropes, so he has to wait for the first 2 assault team members to descend. Oh! Gets it at the second. Missed the first time. And now the snipers sprint up the stairs. And that Texas Star dispatched with ease by the first pair of the Uzbeki assault team. Now they can begin the process as the third assault team member arrives over the top of that green wall to tackle the multiple targets. Meanwhile, the snipers on the top of the tower have only 4 targets to hit this time, 2 each. But as you can probably see by the heat haze of the Dubai desert here, how far away they are, and it's been a bit tricky. I would go as far as to suggest that it's getting harder as the day's going on with that heat haze. We have very powerful cameras, and if there is haze from what we see, certainly through the sights and scopes of those snipers' rifles, they will also see that haze, which affects their targeting, of course. As the first of the assault team members crosses the finish line, I think they're going to have to wait a while for the snipers to come. They're here at the top of the tower. He's struggling with that bracket, isn't he? Now down to the bottom and away. That sprint towards the finish line for the Uzbeki team. Did they break the 4-minute mark? Oh, so close, so close. Almost broke that 4-minute target. And that's what it's all about, this UAE SWAT challenge. Fine margins, very fine margins. Here's a look back. So lining up on the start line now, the Dubai Police A team. There's been a very strong showing from the Dubai Police B team this week. They started today second in the standings. The B team lying fourth at the moment as regards today's event. Can the A team better them? They'll certainly have a good try, that's for sure. The Dubai Police B team time of 3:17 will be the target for their colleagues here as we see the assaulters sprint up those 4 floors in the assault tower. Oh, those targets are going down nicely, but this is the easier of the 2 sniper sections. Once they get to the top of that tower, the second sniper challenge is a lot further and a lot harder as we see the assault team members come down. He's off and running. Just as we see these snipers get to the top of the stairs with those heavy weapons slung across their shoulders. Texas Star is done. Now they can tackle those white discs. The Dubai ladies team, the Dubai Police C team, meeting His Highness Sheikh Zayed bin Zayed. And those plates dropping nicely. This could be good, this could be good. What a great effort, fabulous picture and great effort by the Dubai Police C team this week. And just to confirm, as we watch the A team heading towards the finish line, that yes, they have completed the challenges here on day 4, the ladies team, without penalty. So can they make it a clean sweep tomorrow and a clean sweep for the week? Well, we wait to find out. Well, Is there a problem? One of the snipers still to come for Dubai Police A team. 4 of the team members have finished. Where was that time lost? I didn't see that. Did he struggle with the targets? I don't think so. I think it was maybe just getting that rope on and coming down as he crosses the finish line. 3:43, I think it was, but certainly slower than the Dubai Police B team, who crossed the line earlier on today in 3:17. So, yeah, whatever happened, I missed that, but whatever happened certainly cost them valuable time. But saying that, I still don't think they would have surpassed the Dubai Police B team. So the Executive Protection Force of Kenya will be looking at their colleagues and countrymen's times from earlier on today. The police finished in 3:39. That's been the quickest of the Kenyan teams so far. The Special Operations team, they finished in 4:09. So can the Executive Protection Unit beat that? We're going to find out very soon, as the first of the assault team members comes sprinting down that start-finish straight. There goes the second. The Kenyan teams have all been quite strong this week, especially the Kenya Police unit. They finished in 4th on day 2. There's the third and final assault team member coming down that tower wall. They're struggling with those distance targets from the top of the tower. Another miss. And they haven't been the only ones today. There's quite a few that have found it a little bit challenging. The assault team, though, going good. Under the ping pong table. And there is no question that they will cross that finish line before their sniper colleagues. They are still at the top of the tower, but they're done. They've finished their challenge. Oh, another O.J. Simpson moment. Get those gloves on, they're tight. Oh. And what I've noticed is it seems to fluster so many of the participants today when they just can't get those gloves on quickly. Now he's got the gloves on. Comes down that tower wall. And the sprint to the finish, followed closely by his safety team members, and crosses the line in 4:43, I beg your pardon. So unfortunately for the Executive Protection Unit of Kenya, finishing in third place behind his, fellow countrymen from the Special Operations team, who finished in 4:09, and of course the fastest of the Kenyan teams today, the police. They've been going great all week, the Kenyan police. 3:39 was their clock time as they crossed the line today. So a little competition within the competition there for the three Kenyan teams. So the South African Police Special Task Force A, as we come towards the close of this day 4, they are off and running. They started the week so well. In fact, after day 2, this Task Force A team were lying in third place with 100 points, but they've slipped back a little bit after day 3's challenges. Not quite as good on day 3 as they were on the first couple of days, the South African Police Force team. What can they do here on day 4, the Salt Tower Challenge? This looks good. This looks very good. 6 shots, 6 target hit, first time. The snipers pack up and head towards the base of the tower as we see the first of the 2 assaulters sprinting down that long piece of tarmac towards the handgun section. And we've just heard the bell of the 3rd and final member of the assault team making his way down, trying to catch up his colleagues, of course, as they make their way underneath the ping pong table. Up and over the wooden wall and into the box to take on the Texas Star. Oh, very good indeed. Very good indeed. The 2 snipers now top of the tower. There's a bit more of a wind now as the afternoon goes on, the afternoon shamal. But the assault team, no messing around from them. Oh, almost went in the wrong direction, but that won't cost them much in time. There's no doubt that they will be across that finish line before the snipers. There goes another shot, so, and another. So clearly a couple of misses. Maybe we'll have a look at that second sniper challenge in just a moment. By far and away the toughest of the challenges for those snipers this week. Remember, 2 snipers today instead of the usual 1 that we've seen on days 1 to 3. This will be competitive, no doubt, from the South African Police Force Task Force A team. Bursting every vessel to cross that finish line. And that's healthy from the South African Task Force. 3 minutes 49, sorry. I think you'd have to say that probably just those extra seconds, those valuable seconds that were wasted at the top of the tower trying to engage and hit the long-range sniper targets, that's what's probably cost them. But still good. I said at the start of today, anything in that minute, anything sub 4 minutes is considered very respectable. We did have, however, Vityaz of Russia, who broke the 3-minute barrier earlier on. Their fellow countryman from Russia, Akhmat T, SOBR, over the 3-minute mark. That milestone, I don't think, I will be shocked actually if any of the remaining teams manage to break the 3-minute mark. Up next, the Saudi Sports Internal Security Force B team makes its way towards the start line. We've still got, after them, 3 more. teams to go. There's been great unity and great spirits amongst the Saudi Forces team this week. It's been a joy to watch. Well, I have a question for the judges. All 5 members must be in that box before they can start firing. Do all 5 members have to be in that box before a weapon is removed from its holster? Because I think that may have been the case in the eagerness of the first team member into that box to start firing. Maybe a penalty. Ask John, ask Judge John, send that one to him. Oh, wrong way. It's up, not down. This is what this competition does. It puts these guys under pressure, under duress. And that Saudi assault team member from the B team headed off down the stairs instead of up the stairs. Believe me, it's that easy in these conditions. Well, 2 of the 6 are down, 4 remaining. There's another one. And one of those snipers is going to have to dig in his pockets for a few more rounds. The second of the assaulters coming down that tower. And here's the 3rd assault team member. He just can't get that safety screwed in on his clasp. And there's still one of the Saudi snipers in position. At what point does he abandon this? I think it's now. As we see the 3rd. Oh, he's slipped and fallen. A little roll and back to his feet. But you see there, 1, 2, 3 targets left behind. And remember, that's the short range of the 2 sniper challenges that all the teams face today. The Texas Star is dispatched with relative ease. And now one of the snipers is top of the tower, so if those 2 B team snipers from the Saudi force have struggled with the short range, they're going to really have problems here with the long range from the top of the tower. First shot, first miss. What a great aerial shot. The assault team, though, are progressing nicely. Now the 3rd assault team member has arrived and is starting to drop his target on that left-hand side, you can see. Well, they still haven't managed to hit any of those 4 long-range targets. just remember, you see that shot on the left-hand side of your screen there. That's from one of our cameras that has a fabulous zoom on it, and you can see how hazy that shot is. We are probably seeing a clearer picture than what those snipers are seeing through their sights. There's as the heat rises here, there's a lot more haze. As the first of the Saudi B team members crosses the line, here come the other two. What are they doing? Oh, it's confusion. Where do we go? Under the ping pong table. It won't really affect their overall time because we will still be waiting for the snipers of the Saudi B team. There's one of them. We should see the other one soon. Across the finish line, and you can see the emotional and physical toll that it's taken on them. As we see the second of the snipers now making his way down the assault tower. Almost snagged in that rope. And look at the effort being put in that sprint to the finish from the Saudi Forces B team as he crosses the line. 6:51.82. I remind you that the A team did it in 6:29. They had 1:10 of time penalties added on to their final score, but I'm sure the B team, they left quite a few targets out there unfinished. As we come towards the end of day 4 and the Assault Tower Challenge. One more day to go, of course. The obstacles, the dreaded obstacles tomorrow. And here comes the NYPD team from New York. I have to thank the NYPD for giving me these very nice badges, arm patches. I hope that they do realize any gifts to judges or commentators results in penalties. 30 seconds. As the whistle blows, they cannot draw their weapons until the final member is into that box. This is where the team splits, of course. The assault members up onto the back of that SWAT truck and into the building via the box window. Meanwhile, as they go up the stairs, the snipers get into position for their first challenge. The safety judge is happy, so the first assault team member will go out that window. Pretty slick so far from the NYPD. One assault team member down. And with one target remaining for the snipers. And they will now make their way towards the base of that tower building. Oh, he just needs a little bit more rope so he can grab that bell. He was just left a little bit short, wasn't he? Short of rope, I'm talking about, not short of height. And here is the Texas Star. Oh, that's one of the best ones we've seen today. He's got to get in, ring that bell, and then continue his descent towards the ground. Meanwhile, the snipers are now on the roof of the tower, trying to engage these long-range shots that have proved problematic for some of the snipers today. But this looks good. This looks very good. One more to go. There it is. And two of the assault team members just making their way under that ping pong table towards the finish line. I wonder if the third member had a bit of an issue at the top of that tower. It took him a long time to come out and down. As we see the first of the assault team members cross the finish line, there is a box that third and final assault team member will have to enter. It's just where the Texas Star is. They have to put a foot in that, even if they're not involved in either the engaging the Texas Star target or the multiple plate targets. So he still has to go around, even though his colleagues have completed that section for him. Oh, he's just struggling at the moment. Misses the bell. That will be a penalty. It won't be a safety penalty, of course. It'll be a procedural penalty, I imagine. Something has been dropped. Is it a magazine? As we see the final of the snipers sprint across the line. Sub 5 minutes for the NYPD Emergency Service Unit 454 for the boys from New York. And they come in almost a minute later than their fellow countrymen from the Orlando Police Department, who finished with a clock time of 4:03. So 4:54 clock time for the NYPD, subject to any penalties, of which there will definitely be one for missing the bell. I imagine. I'm not one of the judges. Let's ask Judge John. I think it's 10 seconds for not pulling that bell. I don't make up the rules. I don't enforce rules. But I've changed my mind. I'm just looking at these fabulous arm patches that the New York Police Department have given me here in the commentary box, and I think we can knock off that 10-second procedural penalty, can't we? I would. The UAE SWAT Challenge 2023 currently being led by the 3 Russian teams. They have pretty much taken it on turns each day to lead the standings, as we see the Colombian side make their way to the start line, but Vitiaz top the timetable today. The only team to break that 3-minute mark. Akhmat and SOR, also from Russia, just over the 3-minute mark, both of them posting 3-minute and 4-second times. And it was just hundredths of a second that split them. The penultimate team going out today on this day 4 of the challenge. Only the team from Iraq yet to go. Much more physical today than previous days, and much longer, of course, as well. The 2 Colombian snipers, they're down. 6 targets. Great shot that is. This is the easier of the 2 challenges for the snipers, of course. This is the short range challenge. 3 targets each. Still not finished yet, the Colombian snipers. As we see, the assaulters are underway, all 3 of them. One already up and over the first wooden wall obstacle in that handgun section, sorry. Now all 3 assault team members will make their way into that box where they can begin the task. All the plates are down. Let's have a look and see how the snipers are getting on. I'm not hearing many shots from the top of the tower, so I think the snipers may be struggling. The 2 Colombians who are top of the tower where this camera is that you can see now as the 3 assault team members cross the finish line, but they must wait. That clock will continue to tick. I've heard at least 2 shots so far from the the top of this tower. No hits yet, though. I don't know why I'm holding my breath. It's not me who's top of the tower. It's just I followed each and every one of these team members across all 4 days this week, and you get so immersed in it. I feel like I'm taking on these challenges myself. So much so that I've got a sweat on. I think that's because of the heat in the commentary room, though, rather than the fact that I feel like I'm undertaking these challenges myself. So the snipers to complete this 4th day challenge for the Colombian Grate team cross the finish line, but did they cross the 5.5 minute mark? Just narrowly. 5:30.88 for the Colombians, which means only one more team to go today. Which is the counter-terrorism team from Iraq. They will round off today's proceedings. Of course, going last today surely is a bit of a disadvantage with the immense physicality required tomorrow for the obstacle course. Less time to recover for these guys that have been in the second half of the draw today. Oh, whoa, wait a second. I thought I was the only one that got NYPD arm badges. I thought I was special as we whistle blows for the final team to head out this afternoon. I'm not sure I can continue to commentate on the Iraqi counter-terrorism's effort. I thought I was special, getting these wonderful arm badges from the Police Department of New York. I now know that everyone's been getting them. Devastated I am. Up the stairs for the assault team. The snipers have made their way round the tower to the far side and to the shorter of the two ranges. Looking good. That's the first miss. One of the snipers has completed and will pack up and head towards the base of the building, which we now see the assault team members coming down. You can see him in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen there, just making his way into that bottom door. Oh, the rope of one of the Iraqi assault team members just tangled up the second as he came down. Now, what does that mean? Is that a safety violation? He just snagged his colleague, didn't he? He'd already reached the bottom of the tower and was running away, but the rope that was attached to him just became a little bit entangled in his colleague who was on his way down. Mohammed, one of the female judges, the 25 judges here today. As two of the assault team members are in position. Is done. 2 remaining. So the assault team members are on their way home. How are the snipers doing? Clapped over the finish line, the Iraqi counter-terrorism team. But they'll have to wait. Judges are done for the day. The clock is not yet done because those assault team members now have to wait for the snipers to cross the line. There's one of them. Are we missing another? I think 1, 2, 3, 4 team members I count from the Iraqi counter-terrorism service. Big smile there from one of the judges. And there goes the 5th team member of the Iraqi counter-terrorism service, 4:25.32. That's a good time. That's a very good. It'll be interesting to see if they picked up any penalties. But that's it for today. The Day 4 challenge, the Assault Tower challenge, as we wait for the prize-giving ceremony, which will be coming very soon indeed. And let's have a look back on all of the action from Day 4 of the Uae Swat Challenge.
Like an obsession, give it all I got. Gotta fight, no, I won't stop. Taking no chances is the final shot to come alive and reach the top. It's the Uae Swat Challenge, hosted by Dubai Police. This is an emergency. Don't stand in my way. I'll take pleasure from pain. Won't bring my armor down. Nothing can defeat me now. This will be my day. want to stand my ground. I will know no shame. I won't play this like a game. It's the Uae Swat Challenge, hosted by Dubai Police. This is an emergency. Don't stand in my way. I'll take pleasure from pain. I'll bring my armor down. Nothing can defeat me now. Yeah, this will be my day. Together with the MOI, hosted by the Blazer and Dubai. Here come the SWAT giving it.
So here is the prize giving ceremony. Finishing in third place today, SOBR of Russia. And it was just that little bit of confusion before the finish line. They both, them and the Akhmat team, crossed the line in 3 minutes and 4 seconds. But one of their team members, with that little bit of confusion, meant the difference. Those hundredths of a second separating third and second place. But the bronze medal and the $2,000 check goes to SOBR of Russia on this day 4 of the Uae Swat Challenge. So they finished third, which means the runners-up are Akhmat, also of Russia. There's been a great competitive rivalry today between the three teams from Russia. And here comes the Akhmat team, who will still top the standings at the end of day 4. They've had a great run this week. Started this day 4 in first place with 159 points. They've taken more valuable points from today. They are the runners-up. They do get the silver medal. And well, when I saw them go off earlier this morning, I thought, wow, that'll be a really difficult time to beat. In fact, I think I even said at the time that I didn't think any team would break the 3-minute mark, but I was wrong. $3,000 check for the runners-up, Akhmat from Russia. A team from the Chechenian region, of course. So despite finishing second, Akhmat, they will still lead the tournament. But today's winners of the Uae Swat Challenge, winners of the Assault Tower event here on day 4 of 5, is Vitiaz from Russia. They take away the gold medals. They are the winners of this particular challenge today. And the only team today to break that 3-minute mark. They finished in 2:58.56 and have no doubt about how fabulous that performance was, because we've seen over the course of all 4 days how easy it is to be quick, but to be quick and accurate without penalty and without mistakes is very, very difficult indeed. But they managed to do that, Vitiaz. 258.56 without penalty, pipping their fellow team members, the Akhmat team, by some near 6 seconds, and they will get that $5,000 check for first place, which will put them in a very, very strong position as we head into day 5 and the final event here at the UAE SWAT Challenge. One more opportunity to grab points. Thank you to everyone who's taken part, and thank you to all of those of you who've been watching wherever you have been in the world today. Remember to join us tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock UAE time for the 5th and final event, the obstacle course. But from me, a very goodbye.
Like an obsession, give it all I got. Gotta fight, no, I won't stop. Taking no chances. It's the final shot to come alive and reach the top. It's the UAE SWAT Challenge, hosted by Dubai Police. This is an emergency. Don't stand in my way. I'll take pleasure from pain. Won't bring my armor down. Nothing can defeat me now. This will be my day. Time to stand my ground. I will never take no shame. I won't play this like a game. It's the UAE SWAT Challenge, hosted by Dubai Police. This is an emergency. Don't stand in my way. I'll take pleasure from pain. Won't bring my armor down. Nothing can defeat me now. Yeah, this will be my day. Together with the MOI, hosted by the police here in Dubai. Here come the SWAT, giving everything that they got.